Yeah. Did you start the other one? Let's see. There's also blankets if you want to, your knees are.
See the angle we're
How we do it?
Eric, let's hear you again, because it sounds like you're a little bit garbled.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello?
Tashidalag. I
Oh,
hope
good.
I'm not garbled. Hello.
Nice and clear.
Is that all right?
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me, Eric?
Yeah, Lasso. I can hear you.
How's this look? We good here? We want to change angles. We're good?
I think that's really wonderful. Before we begin, let me just go through a couple of practicalities, everybody. So we're starting promptly, and about 1 hour from now, we'll take about a 10-15 minute break so everybody can replenish tea. The bathroom is back there. The upstairs is only for Rinpoche. And so that bathroom straight back will be the one we could all use. That door stays shut because there's kitties downstairs. And at 12 o'clock, we'll have a 2-hour break. There is food here for everybody getting delivered. So we'll have Indian food and gluten-free, every option, vegetarian. So we invite everybody to hang around if you'd like. And if not, you can go wander around the beautiful Valley Stream.
It's better to go that direction.
Oh, yeah. Jack's pointing you toward Malvern. It's a little more beautiful, actually, in Valley Stream.
There's a little park.
There's a little park, yes. And of course, we didn't get to clean up outside because we didn't know Rinpoche was going to bring such gorgeous, crisp, clear weather. But we should have known. So you're welcome to sit outside, of course, and use the grounds here. This is my neighbor's house. So I just want to say a big thank you to her. She's not here this weekend, and she opens her home for us to do retreats here when Rinpoche visits us, and it's such an honor. And I know that it's the interdependence that everywhere Rinpoche goes, somehow door is literally open. So I'm just so grateful. I wanted to begin on time and just do a little bit of an introduction before we do our opening prayers officially. So for people, I know many of us know Rinpoche, and a lot of you know me and know Rinpoche through me. But I'm so happy that those of you who do have that connection finally get to be here in person. So, a warm welcome. I know we're going to have a full house today, 30 people in person, so people will come trickling in quietly. So thanks for patience with that too. So just to give you a little bit of background, I never want to say something that is not correct when it comes to Rinpoche. So I rarely read off of things, but I'm going to let you have just this brief background of Rinpoche's vast biography. So Rinpoche, Adzan Gyaltse Rinpoche is a master of the old tradition Nyingma of Tibetan Buddhism, and he is born in December 1980 in the region of central Bhutan. Since Rinpoche was 8 years old, he has resided mainly at Shechen Monastery in Nepal, working along with His Holiness Shechen Rabjam Rinpoche as a guide for different activities of the Sangha. At present, Rinpoche resides over all annual ceremonies at Shechen Monastery in Nepal and at some branch monasteries in Bhutan. And he gives guidance to monks who stay in retreat for 3 years in Bhutan, where he has a retreat center. where maybe we'll all get to visit one day. That's not written. At an early age, Rinpoche was cared for with loving kindness by His Holiness Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche. And during that time, he received many teachings, transmissions, and empowerments from him, as well as from His Holiness Shechen Rabshan Rinpoche, Lama Serpo Rinpoche, and His Holiness Chosek Rinpoche. Adzam Gyaltse Rinpoche has a direct, unbroken lineage back to Longchenpa, and was recognized by Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche as the Tulku of the great Yerme Dorje, the eldest son of Adzam Drukpa Rinpoche. Adzam Gyaltse Rinpoche is known for his teachings on Longchenpa, commonly known as Longchenpa, Longchen Rabshan. A legendary master of Tibetan Buddhism, Longchenpa taught cycles of Dzogpa Chenpo, also known as Dzogchen, the Great Perfection. We also have our dear Diego upstairs. And why is Diego upstairs? We finally have him in person and he's tucked away because he's translating in Spanish. So we're so lucky to have our whole Spanish Sangha and a global community that I can't even explain to you, where people have called in from and been like, I've been following Rinpoche, I can't wait for this teaching. So we have tons of people online from everywhere. And our dear Lama Eric, who is a Tibetan translator for over 30 years. And in his youth, he spent several years as a monk at Rumtek Monastery under the guidance of His Holiness the 16th Karmapa. So Eric is calling in from his Hawaiian jungle, and he is the voice that you will hear translating for Rinpoche here in English. Okay. So, and without further ado, we'll begin with our traditional opening prayers and warm welcome to everybody. Thank you. Thanks for being here. And so everybody has opening prayers, and I'm sorry to be a little bit of a stickler. I do this at Waldorf too, when there were all these little nuances. But just please remember to not put the books on the floor or step over them, and keep them with your being or hold them in your bed. We will begin with the first opening prayer, the prayer which magnetizes all that appears and exists, Dechambarwa. Oma Vangi, Dechambarwa Vangi Bojanu, Deso Sheku, Macha Deten Masinte, Rojen Manam Chapropa, Chukuna. In the 7-line prayer, we will say 3 times the middle in English. Home in the northwest of the land of Oriana, in the heart of a lotus flower, endowed with the most marvelous attainments. You are renowned as the star, surrounded by many hosts of deities, following your footsteps. I pray to you to come with time to give life. Guru, Kripa, Siddhi, come. Home. The Gourmet Dorje supplication prayer. We will read in English. Rixin Jodo Paulo Dorje, and the son of this victorious one, Hemo Wambigal, and Dorje Natsam, I pray to you. Bestow the supreme in common cities. Embraced by sublime beings over many lifetimes. In the flag, realize the view of the heart expectation. Even us to you. Remnants soldier, I pray to you. Bestow the supreme in common cities. The supplication prayer to Ajahn Dause Rinpoche. From the beginning, you have achieved the wisdom power of manifest awakening. However, supreme world beings having assumed the form of this power. You have completed its absorption. Your name, Georgian. We supplicate you. Supplication to Ajahn Kelo Rinpoche. The universal Lord, inseparable of all the victorious ones, complex of love, sweet kindness, Vidyara, make to Jaso. I supplicate you. May my practice reach you for perfection. The prayer to the root Guru. Within the Dharma Dhatu palace of Akadishta, this is the physical nature of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. The picture of my mind, I supplicate you. And 7 branches. To all the Buddhas, the lions of the human race, in all directions of the universe, past, present, and future. Every single one, I vow. Devotion filled by body's vision. The power is they would hear my mind. And my body, many times is atoms each one bowing in frustration. In every atom reside many Buddhas and there are hundreds. And found that all their and this ocean of grace, because and praise Then the balance. Whatever negative acts I have committed while driven by desire, hatred, and ignorance, with my body and speech and mind, before you, I confess, purify each and every one. With a heart full of desire, I rejoice. God, you are the beacons of light shining through the world. The beacons of light that to attain freedom of all touching. You all. That's the deal of time. Joining my thoughts together. To protect us to the beacons of light in this world. And bring well-being and happiness to all living things. What little difference you are, but not much. We offer you confession and rejoicing. With the exaltation of all anxiety and the enlightenment of all beings. And the short mandala offering. The ground is purified with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is the kingdom of the universe and the sun and the moon. Thinking of it as the last good of yours, by virtue of this offering, we have been here and now, attain happiness of the pure from Guru Ratna Putta Rekha Samudra Samahana Samaya. Request to turn the wheel of the Dharma. In accordance with the different aspirations and the diverse abilities of beings, we beseech you to turn the wheel of Dharma. At this point,
Gangi de zonja zonja yanda danje bombe jira bejine de zimba godam de la chaba lo urje zolen be me dongo de jewe nundo raje lenge do senzo be je nda do wa pe ma jene da le be to chung guzon do zum gara jere ze pe ma gara je ba ni jong a so do na nya ter den ja zo kadra la ma nam la so wa de Zamlin zebe jendro chunyi dan tu che long to nyembe tunga we na zho dambar bebe tu che ge kurde chukuro zoze long jemba dime zo shabla so wa de she she kun jendro la che zende dime ze yandro to to ze o zo long je nam ge na jiro wa jingme lingbe shabla so wa de zung kun jembe ma jene na ye me dan je sanje lingba ye yandro bebe na jo so de wa jingme tine zer so wa de baba jiden wa je to jendro ndo wa de le de 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 je de 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 long je na jiro Jimmy J. Nugrosowa de Jazakinge Jabaji Bela, Shibejan, Shusangi Bezo, Jishin Danendo, Dwala, Tenzo Lamarzoa de Chidrajavez Bashiwala, Nandra Jubewan Jashavari, San Bajutunga, Jimmy Chigyong Bosowa de Pai Jubilabim Zojere, Ganja Jamba Yungi Zonje, Dendra Chigi Jaboda, Yermechinze Wongorosowa de Nizanjimbo Dembe Zimba, Kondani Jola Mesonamgi, Jijido Dombeji Bojo, Uchinto Jodo Sowa, and Jawar the Metambeji Zon, the Nida Tawado, Regotimbo, Chimendo Jela, Zoa, the Zota Jingelo. Sanjikin Kachin Yezo, the Jin or Jambian to Denjita, Kedon Boje, Bemadon, Lingbeta, John, Chamgera, the Jesu, the Chiki, the Andola, Membela Sanje. Jirmechige zengin daye jong menchige inge borando desum sanje genge ngowanye ranzam chugo ngonzu denzabe sawe la me shabla so wande taso tuwe la na shala jo ayi ne sanje genda nyamna ya karen sanje genda la be genzabe la me shabla so wande taso tuwe la na shala jo kanda shoshu tangi jile na ando shala ma jo kanzu da dende dembe chegi charabe Semper de bodam jin dir she she la ye nam lo dan jin ge dum da nam mi ge nam dan do ge da na ji zam ba tam je ge do che jang de jur chi ma jur nam ge ta dan nyam be sem jen tam je ge den do nam chen la na me bor yang da bor zo be san je je ko han rom bo shi chi ne jang ge bor ja wo nyam ba sam ba ja wo she wo jang ju chu do sem je ba dan tab ja che wo sang wa nga gi kun lo na ba yi ge ko ne lek bar sal dab de sem ba na or shu se
So initially, before receiving the teaching, we should generate the altruistic intention, which is the wish to liberate all mother-like sentient beings and establish them on the level of precious, unasked Buddhahood behind. And so, towards that end, we cultivate the twofold motivation, which is the vastness of the Mahayana coupled with the profundity of the secret mantra tradition. Um, and so, towards that end, we listen intently to the teaching. Uh,
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if you need to be closer to whatever you're speaking into. It's cutting in and out a little bit once in a while.
I'm going to turn my video on. I've got earphones on, so it's not that.
Okay.
Ade dangbo da de ngwe su tu gen dang ngwe su ma tu gen da da tra ja na lo tu gen changwa la kashe la nga dro dele kashe la ningon dele kashe la chi dro dele se
So greetings to everyone. Welcome. Those that can be seen in front of Rinpoche and those who are not seen in other parts of the world. Such is the nature of things. So good morning to some, good afternoon to the others, and good night to whoever else is out there.
ade so so kawa lungba la de na de dang timbi gi ti su de la ani nge nge ne changwa la an tham di shu gi yes
So from wherever you are, whatever time of day, Rinpoche is greeting us. Welcome here.
de inde sangi chom den de gi kar sung yor la na che ma na yon de sangi khorang gi 아니 게 직토네 숭용데 상말 하이게당 루다 내진게 란 상마게 하고야 저거 숭여를 시내양다 니게 되다 고게지 말데 네 소소용에네 삼로당나 되게요레스
So in the case of Sakyamuni Buddha, when Sakyamuni would offer teachings, he would simply speak in one language, but it was a kind of a miraculous situation where the gods would hear the teachings in their language, and then the yakshas and rakshas would hear it in their language, and so on. Each individual being would hear it in their own language. So it's not exactly like that, but it's somewhat like that. We're able to hear in our own language, the teachings.
아데인데 지당아라서 최년데 두데 상마나 가르숭여를라나 다 장주초도 셈 제네 셈데베 데레 아니 토니스 년고기요레 난 숭여레스 데 숭바타르도 다 최년연베스나 오늘 단에 장주지 셈데파 samba janji chodo sem che de pet korang deep na dro songwa ne cho garshi ge me goe ma goe nyenga yores
So generally speaking, whatever the case may be, whether one is listening to the teachings or accomplishing the teachings, it's really imperative. It's a very crucial point that one generate bodhicitta. So that's when listening, but it goes without saying when you're actually engaged in practice, that's definitely, you cannot do without that. You have to do that. You have to engage in bodhicitta.
아딘데 지단다리 마셰기 제제적으로 삼로 땅송아이나 가르송요를라나 세메시 저거지 아니 제제적으지 샤요레스 다 딘데지 삼로 땅데 세메시 라인데 벨레라고 상막에 한 거야 고트비야 아니 바시바시션 상막이 딴 냠낸 세메시 냠낸 지교유지레스 디코르드레스
So today's topic is, Rinpoche is going to talk about the four immeasurables. You know, we've probably been introduced to this before. It's not a complicated teaching. In fact, many probably engage in this practice, you know, this vital practice of the four immeasurables.
이나양 삼로 땅데 벨레라고레스 민디안 벨레라고레 시지구레 상막에 다 냠지시에서 저거 차대기요레스
So it's kind of commonly accepted, you know, when we think about it and just the name, the four immeasurables, we think, oh, it's so accessible to us. You know, this is easy.
아니 다 저저 삼로 가르탄게 지당 가라서 미딘족이 가르시게 세메시나 디다 가 말해 저 다 족첸 라인디 슈지인도 디디 삼로 땅게요레스
Rinpoche is not sure how we're thinking about it, but he's observed in the past that this topic of the four immeasurables doesn't impress people. They go, oh, that's just the four immeasurables. We want Dzogchen, you know, the great perfection.
이나양 디 세메시디 낭중 땅에 샤예요 말레스
But this thing about the giving rise to bodhicitta, the enlightened mind, that intention, is not something we should underestimate or denigrate in any way.
가르렐라나 세메시디 매송아이나 아니 대과 전복이 최지예요 말에 상하도지 대과기 최다 파샤다로 대과 전복이 최야 아니 대과 전복이 될래 죽여요 말했어
But then, if in the absence of the four immeasurables, there really isn't much of a practice left. It's really a foundational practice. It's a support practice. You can't say that you are embracing the Mahayana, that larger scope, if you're missing bodhicitta. And it goes without saying that in the Vajrayana, it's absolutely indispensable. So without the four immeasurables, you know, you don't have much.
인데 자주슈도 샘기에 매송아이나 대과 전복이 될래 죽여요 말에 대과 전복이 될래 마수송아이나 상하도지 대비기 람라 죽탑메레 상하도지 대비기 람라 죽마톱송아이나 아니 단다디 상제야 라힌디 아니 갈레하고레스
Therefore, without this supreme intention, this motivation of enlightenment, of the enlightened mind, the love-filled and compassion-filled mind, without that, we don't have the Mahayana, let alone the secret mantra, and our path is really in shambles. We don't really have a path. We don't have a way forward without the four immeasurables. In fact, it's not, we can't Buddhify. Rinpoche used the word Buddha as a verb, sanghya. This is very interesting, using the word Buddha as a verb. So you can't Buddhify if you don't have the four immeasurables.
아렐라나 ngari penchengi karsung yorelana sanchen minro lamchu mademba thoba meshi zosan jede sung yore tende sanga doji tepige lamdela madena zobe sanji sang je la hindi thoba meba sung yores
Oh yeah, sanga doje ki Rinpoche ki sung kashi jesha internet ki drawa kensa dua yang cheche snorananda.
ngari penchengi karsung yorela
Ari,
ngari penching ki gar sung yore la na sanchen minro lamcho ma den bar thoba me shi zoksang je de sung stende sanga doji tebi ke lam de la ma den na ani zobe sange la hindi top to ya yo mares ne sung yores.
So, the great scholar Ngari Pangchen said on one occasion, he says if the path to Buddhahood is deficient in the four immeasurables in compassion, then there's no way to make way in the secret mantra. Then our method is deficient. You know, without the secret mantra, without that support of the secret mantra, our path is deficient.
Tende tada ngaranzo chö je di sen di khala chido jigeyo mare sen di gi chido jigeyo mare gargi chido jigeyo re korwa di pang korwa pang ni sang je chido chö jigeyo ro was.
So therefore, when we do the Dharma, the express purpose of doing the Dharma is not for livelihood or to procure our sustenance or to achieve happiness and joy in this world. It's to transcend the limitations of cyclic existence, to overcome samsara, the vicious circle. That's the express purpose of our practice of Dharma.
Tende 야 디상 가시 nga semba kibu mido semba debu mido di chido nga chö jigeyen len samlo tang song ay na samlo pe ja chung chung res didi.
Oftentimes, in modern times, people approach Dharma because they're depressed. They may be sad or something. But to engage in Dharma just to alleviate your depression is to really minimize your intention. That's not embracing Dharma with a broad scope. That's kind of petty, just to relieve one's own self from depression.
아 디 아니 람레야 코르와델레야 도르제위 체도라 아니 가르고기요레라데 니 장주셔도 셈 제고기요레스 다 장주셔도 셈 제게용베 세나 치 아니 제위기 술람 아니 람라 죽탄데라 아니 나바 니도 송요레스.
So, in order to gain liberation on the path to enlightenment, we need these two aspects of the path to be present. There's two parts of it that need to be present.
아 디디 가르송요레라나 단다디 아니 자서 시와틀라기 쩐죽나라 아니 장주지 셈들라 가르송요레라나 멤베 랍자 체메 시곰진 주베 랍자 바로 친죽 쩨스 데 송요레 담 멤버 셈제다 주과 셈제스 나바니셰 디 멤버 셈제 델라야 아니 체메바 시스 아니 주과 셈게 델라야 바로도 침바 두스 데레다고 장주 셈게 랍자 데 송요레스.
So towards that end, Shantideva pointed out in the Bodhisattva way of life that there are principally two approaches with bodhicitta. There's aspiring bodhicitta, and then there is engaging bodhicitta, like the actual action. With regards to aspiring bodhicitta, that is helped by the four immeasurables. Through that, we are able to cultivate that aspiring bodhicitta. And then with the engaging bodhicitta, that involves the six paramitas as action. So there's action and motivation involved here. The aspiration and engaging bodhicitta.
다 디나네 단다디 아니 세메시 다 다른기 저자디 장주 셈비기 랍자 멤베 랍자디 차디기요레스 다 지다 밍디 벨 레라부레 고알레 레라부레 이나양 냠소 랑용 베세나 갈레하고요레스.
So So now we're going to be focusing on that aspect, the aspiration aspect, which is the involving ourselves with training of the four immeasurables. Generally speaking, one could say it's an easy topic, when we can hear it, we can understand it, but to actually implement it properly, this is another thing altogether. It's easy to talk about it and to understand it, but to actually engage it on an ongoing basis is rather challenging.
Tenda tanda di kale khabu yore la chunzu chibula la biyo mare. Ngaran robi samlo tang song ina yang membe labjay seme shigi joba che di kale khabu re. Kala na pe ta kale seba di membe labjay seme shigi ki joba de la ngusu juksa na ko sanje chagire. Tende jin korwa na hagi marwa, degi marwa. Di ngayan tanda chunzu da nyamdo korwa la dede yores.
So, for example, it's rather challenging. It's quite hard. Um, it's not just challenging for us. Rinpoche says for him, it's also challenging. That's a lot. We have to meet that situation with the four immeasurables, having the proper motivation at all times and implementing it with action through the six transcendent actions, through the six paramitas. So Rinpoche is saying that if he had executed that perfectly, had perfect motivation and application of the six paramitas, he would be completely enlightened. But unfortunately, he says he's left behind here with us, roaming in cyclic existence. So he hasn't perfected that. So it's not that easy.
Inde khane share da pena nge do wish laung song o tang nyom gawa ningje semel tang ga jamba la ne pe le la la tu yes.
So it's so easy just to say these wonderful terms, equanimity, immeasurable equanimity, immeasurable love, immeasurable joy, immeasurable compassion. Wonderful terms, but not easy to implement.
Inaya digi ani tenda ngoma de samlo tong le yong besena tini kale kho cha digi yes.
When you try to delve into it in a deeper way, in a more authentic, not such a surface level, but into the genuine meaning, then it becomes more challenging.
Tini tanda di ta tindegi seme shi tone chanju choda sem che gu bigi jumsen rabu chi kharjin sem che gu gu yore lamna tardu ani debu zobe chanju chenbo 아니 토바르 마데나 마도비기 토바르 데 신셰라 데다 잔주초도 주비기 주 타광 소 주르왕 람기 싸와드라고디 가르차기요레 아니 다신 제버진바 다신기 로 잔주초도 셈게디 하나라라리기요레스
So why is it so crucial that we generate these four immeasurables to bring forth supreme awakening? Well, the ultimate state of Buddhahood, it is established, it's brought about through the cause of this great bodhicitta. And what is this cause? Well, it's the practice on the path itself of holding others as more dear than oneself. So this relationship. See, this is the express cause for achieving enlightenment, cherishing others more than ourselves.
데데기 잔주초도 셈게 송아이나 산제 타베치데 치고 말해 나란족이 지속나라 나란족이 미데나린 송아이나양 아니 셴뱅기 삼로지여 송아이나 미야고기 텔라 추기레라 상마기 안데라 문에 코야고 열에다 라겐지 차기여레스
And it's not just simply four immeasurables, and not just simply to bring forth supreme enlightenment, the level of Buddhahood, but actually it makes one function as a better citizen of society. Everyone will appreciate you. you work well and harmonious with the rest of society when you are filled and motivated by the four immeasurables. Everyone appreciates somebody who has that motivation and is influenced by the four immeasurables.
아니 나랑도 삼로 땅다 미타와 룽랑 현지 예나 미수예 가고마로 디미디야 고야마 타와 룽랑 그랬어 미디야 고야마 미상말로 두자제데 그랬어 랍데기로 아니 미 삼바 성부지요 송아이나 상마게 오 디야 고여르다스 페 삼바 성부여레스 미 상말라 펜토 그랬어 근데 랍데기 지소나 근데 레기로스 데인데 소소기 줄라 자주지 셈데 여담에 dila tene hago to gyores ta janju khashe janju ji sem re la ngaran zogi janju sem ba imba ngue masin songwa ina yang lega di janju sem bi lega di le di gyores.
So if you think about it, somebody who's really angry and irritable all the time is not very pleasant. People in general will say, stay away from that person. They're really irritable, they're angry, they're not a very pleasing person. They harm everyone, Uh, but then on the other hand, if somebody's filled with compassion and love and so on, everybody says, oh, this person is so beneficial. They're so, cooperative. They're a loving person. They bring benefit to the community. So, one should reflect upon that to see if one has that in one's mind stream. Some people actually, without knowing it, they're just without it being a sort of a conscious intention, they're automatically sort of loving and compassionate and follow up with compassionate action. So there can be people who don't necessarily express it or frame what they're doing as being bodhicitta, but are just naturally loving and beneficial people, engage in beneficial actions. So that's possible too, without, intellectually labeling something as being bodhicitta. One can actually engage in that bodhicitta. One sees it here and there.
Deinde janju semba la hindi aranzo gi pego gang la janju semba re lan ka de ting mares. Janju semba de so aranzo gi sem de la ani ningji gi sem jamba gi sem ani shembeng gi sem yodam me de la tene cha de yore. Deinde tadang aranzo tina la zom de ju minang la yang janju semba yo sigires manzo lab shig mares.
That's it. It's so difficult to say who's a bodhisattva or not. They don't necessarily announce themselves. If there's a being who's filled with love and compassion, without knowing that they're a bodhisattva, and calling themselves a bodhisattva, they could very well be a bodhisattva. Bodhisattva is not a status, a title. Oh, this, that you're given, but it is an actuality of a mind filled with love and compassion for all beings. That's what qualifies one as being a bodhisattva. There's no title given to someone.
다 간다래양 단다디 janju sembe기 다 델바지어 janju semdel 라기지. 디나네 가르숭 열을라나 장슈 셈네 마게버 산제 남양 미톱진. 코르와 랑신 된주베 탑신 예바 마이 노숭 열 된데 되기 된다데 가르라나 장주지 셈네 마게 송아이나 상게 라인데 가드에 도구 말레스. 코르와딜라 신데 다 랑덴도 빵와 편존 속바당 신덴도 똑바 편존 속바 랑신기 덴데 마투 송아이나 딜레 안 탑셴바치 요마레스 숭요레스 코르와딜레 빵와르 위체돌라.
So the teachings, the commentaries, which are offer the guidance to how to be a good bodhisattva, how to give rise to bodhicitta. In those teachings, it says, if enlightened mind is not given rise to, then Buddha good will never happen. If one doesn't overcome self-seeking and replace that with the benefiting others, there is no other method to enlightenment than that. So to replace self-concern with concern for others is the supreme way to enlightenment.
다 디치부 마임바 단단하란서 빨된 다와드라고기 숨 우마주발라 인저 디나레 가르숭 열라나 다 잔주지 셈라 힌데 게 첨부 임바지 가르진 숭 열라나 niente sanje dingnam tubanje slayande niente dang ra sanje deda thamje tubyongbo nani kigiyores ta tendegi tubyongbo de khawani kigiyorlana sanje janju semba le tumshin sanje khorande janju semba le tumbares ta tendegi janju semba de khawani tungwarela de janju semba da hindi karelana ninje je semdang nisumebe lo didi janju semba namgi 아니 janju semba jase namgi judi 닝제 다 janju je semde chadegi yores de sung yores 닝제 semda nisumebe lo de janju semba namgi jures
The great master Chandrakirti stated in a text known as Entering the Middle Way, he says that the most capable one is another name for Buddha, Tupe Wangbo, the capable one, the Buddha, is not found in the ranks of the Shravakas or the Pratyakas, but the Buddha is born from being a Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattvas become Buddhas. But where do Bodhisattvas come from? What's the cause of becoming a Bodhisattva? Compassion and the non-dual mind are the causes for becoming a Bodhisattva.
다 텐데기 janju je sem la hindi kandidawu je la labge yore labna 아니 단다 셰르기 바로도 침바 mondok jen nang ne karsung yore lana semje pani shenduen jin yangda zobe janju de janju je sem la hindi shenduen 아니 디에 나네 장 양다 버 조베 산지지 고반 퇴긴 토벌 되바 디 로데라 장주지 셈 디체도라 아니 셈젠 탐지 조베 장주 토벌 제위 체도라 아니 주 잠바 땅 닌지 전부 들었더니 중샤주들라 샤기요레스
So this mind that's filled with bodhicitta, how do we define it? What is this mind? Well, in the Prajnaparamita teachings, that is sublime wisdom gone beyond. In there, there's a text called the ornament of valid cognition. in Tibetan. And it's said in there, if you are motivated to benefit others and aspire to utterly pure Buddhahood, then that is a bodhisattva. That's the definition of a bodhisattva who wishes to achieve complete enlightenment and whose mind stream is filled with the causes of enlightenment, which are great love and great compassion.
아디 나네 데부 토벌 제위 체도라 가르고기요레 주당 깬 상고기요레 나란족이 다 시기 뇌부대다 탐제라 두벌 제위 체도라 주당 깬 마사나 데부 중마로 디나신 조비장주 토베 체도라양 주당 깬데 상고기요레 다 주디 가르차기요레 잠바다 닝제데 차기요레 아니 델라 템베기 깨남 드록데 가르차기 열라나 셈쟁기 아니 다 바로베기 아니 된다 바로베기 아니 다 레가 첨부디 소소기 킬투바지 아니 소소기 닝덥기 토네 아니 신된 죽투베지 삼바디 레고요 다 딘데지 주장주 셈 잠바다 닝제 예베 땡라 겐 셈젠 탐지기 된 두베기 삼바디 요송와이나 데니 랑싱기 데부조비 장주데 토베용요레스
So towards that end of achieving realization, the realization of the bodhicitta, we need the causes and conditions that bring that about. That's basically a formula that one can observe out there in the world. You know, to get something done, you need to have the causes and conditions to make it happen. Likewise, it's the same with the bodhicitta. So the principal cause for bodhicitta is great love and compassion. That's the cause. Then the circumstantial factor that helps facilitate the growth of bodhicitta. The friendly helper is the achieving the purpose of sentient beings. So identifying the great work that needs to be done, what needs to be accomplished to benefit beings. And then that becomes a catalyst for the growth of a bodhicitta. So if we have this bodhicitta, that love and compassion is a primary cause. And then as a circumstantial factor, we're inspired by the predicament of sentient beings. Then if we couple that bodhicitta with the resolve, that is the great courage to set out to benefit beings, then that is the definitive bodhisattva action, bodhicitta. And that's the method for achieving the supreme, for achieving realization of bodhicitta. That's the supreme method right there.
다 딘데기 장주 셈 데라야 아니 셰송와이나 단기 슈조 난싱 아니 산지 토버 데베기 멤밤 산지 토버 데베기 삼로 멤버 셈제당 아니 산지 주비기 탑라 주버제바 아니 주비기 셈제스 딘데 숭요레 다데 숭바데 장주 셈비 쩌발라 주바 쫀준나네 가르숭요레라나 장주 셈데 도르데나 남바니즈 셰자스 장주 셈라인데 도르데 송와이나 남바니레스 남바니데 가르레라나 장주 멤베기 셈당 장주 주비기 셈데레스 다디인데 장주 멤베기 셈라인데 간디더버지 샤고요레라나 도와르데바 나직라 도긴 삼로땅와다 나직 지긴스 삼로땅와 딜라 멤바당 다스 지긴 삼바데 뉴스 제바 도긴 삼바데 뮤스바 주바들라 아니 주바스 데이터 쉐어스
So as it's been mentioned before, this precious bodhicitta, it's defined as the aspiring bodhicitta, which is the wish to achieve Buddhahood for the benefit of all. That's simply on the level of a wish, inspiration. And then that's followed up by the actual action itself. And engaging in actual methods for bringing about Buddhahood, physically, implementing it, that's called engagement bodhicitta. So we have these two, aspiring and engaging bodhicitta. And this has been mentioned in the Bodhisattva way of life, where it says, with regards to bodhicitta, there's two types, the aspiring and the engaging bodhicitta. So this aspiring bodhicitta is the thought of, I want to go there. I want to do that. It's a wish. And then when you're actually on the road doing it and actually engage in it, then that's called the application or engaging bodhicitta. When you're actually finding yourself engaged in a compassionate action.
다데나네 멤버 셈게 나야레 주거 셈게 송와이 나야레 삼로데 셈바데 케용베스나 기술디 지과지장아레 다 뉴스 죽다 마주기 개발레 마도베기 samba keong besena samlo tangtang de chigwa chadi yores.
So, with regards to aspiring bodhicitta and entering bodhicitta, they're both the same. They're both inspiration for benefiting others. At the time when one's generating bodhicitta, generate in both instances inspiration and application.
다 samlo tangtang de khande tabu je samlo tang gu gyore lana perna ngarang zu namkala tse diga zres. Ani ngarang zu gi ta shaya yore be lana yomar namkala ani thadang mu meba nanshin de nanshin namge kawa yeba namka kawa chab yeba dela semjengi chab de yore. semjengi kham dela yang thadang mu mere. Tayang samlo shira tang ma shigin deda tamjegi khashigi semjen la de miji gu samlo tang khashigi semjen la de ta ngarang zu tanda dundro yoro tende chibu la samlo tang indi dedar mayimba sem yese ngarang zu mi mesa la semjen shenda dundro rik jensengi rik ja jigur kazu kande yoro ani dega na shingi ta andara yang sem yese la shagi yoro indi tende ji samlo tang ne deda tamje jewa serap thoma meba ne 아니 랑기 파마 마제바 직장 매바제 파마 제 신제 대다 탐제 다대기 페마나신 아니 딘진 샤다인 바디 삼로 땅국이어레스
So what's the context? What's the scope of the bodhicitta that should be developed? Well, it's like the sky. There's no measure there. There's no end. Just like the sky has no perimeter, no edge to it. It's limitless. In the same way, the scope of our bodhicitta should be like the sky, permeating all beings. Some people think that when you say a sentient being, they think just an animal. It's restricted to animals or something. But that's not the case. I mean, there are countless kinds of animals and so on, wild animals out there. Yes, of course, those are sentient beings, but it's all beings that have a mind. Whatever kind of life form that may be, and it has a mind, then that's a sentient being. And if we reflect upon it, we've had countless lives, where we've had relationships with various beings. And, that relationship has been like they've been our mother and father. So we need to reflect upon that and aspire to help all beings.
데인데 단다 당아주 에시아 초네 단다 히말라야기 미디다 탐제기 가르삼기여레 아라주 미딘줄라 닝제스 직제 니제스 몽글리비여레 든로 셈제나 셔라 닝제 게임 마레 닝제스 라그 마레 다 대초기 다 삼로 땅탄디야 미디 가르제나제 삼로 셔라 마단제 닝제 셔라 마게제 아니 키단 시미데다 탄 셈제나 뺨 메생오네 닝제 게기도 데인데 대다른 마인바 참말라 닝제 게 두고지고 그래스
So we have a really curious thing that's happening these days. In the Himalayas, you'll observe that people, when they say they feel compassion and love, it's usually to another human. There's not much love and compassion expressed to animals in the Himalayas. It's a cultural thing. And whereas it seems in the West, it's the other way around. Not much compassion for the humans, but for the pets, there's just this incredible love, for the animals. So it's switched around.
다 가한다리안 대다 탐제 대화대바 샤다 차디기여레 이나야 대외기 주디 줍셰기여 말레스 둥알 미데바 상마 차디기여레 둥알기 주 미게와디 빵셰기 말레스 대다 탐제 람친도 친절로도 줄바 단 연바다보 대다 탐제라 닝제 상아랑소 닝제 계고고여레스 데인데 동아 되게 수직이 요즘 말했어.
So all beings want to be happy. That's just their natural dispositions is to want happiness. But regardless of the fact that they want to be happy, they're clueless about the causes of happiness. They don't really know what brings about happiness. They don't know the causes of suffering and happiness. They kind of mix that all up. So we should have this attitude of having compassion for all of those beings that wish to be happy, which is all of them, right? All of them wish to be happy. It's probably no being that really wants to have any kind of suffering. If you look at it, suffering is universally abandoned by beings.
데인데 다 닝제 깨지. 닝제 깨봐 잠지 펜토그를 배라나 닝제 깨봐 잠지 펜토 말에 섬당 고요. 가르고요래 마줄 남기 타다니에 셈젠 탐제 아니 코르위 둥하기 저수 첨부 딜레 다 찍비 아니 타르바다 탐지 신베 라네메 고방 토버 제위 체둘라 고방라 껴버 지긴 삼베기 아니 잠바디 깨고요레스.
So what do we need in place of all of this? We need to have that vast scope of motivation, which embraces all beings, all mother-like sentient beings who have been loving to us like our parents have been in the past, in this lifetime. They've expressed that. And so it's the heartfelt conviction of wishing to just establish them in the state of enlightenment to extricate them out of their suffering. It's simply that.
다 덴데기 삼로디 깨용 베세나 베낭 아란조 남준신도 칸에 가르팅게요레 남카다니 베 셈젠 탐제 둥아다 둥아기 주단 저월 주지스 만남카다니 베 셈젠 탐제 둥알메베 아 예린 가세 둥아다 둥아기 주단 저월지 둥아메베 대와 담바다 미데오지 예린 차단이 당저 당념 치메발라 네버 줄지 람디 칭디 따와 된데요라 디 덴바섬지 마임비기 덴데기 토네 아니 삼로디 로 양네 양도 장송와이나 아니 재미식이 로 장탄이 차디기요레스.
So there's a prayer a common prayer, which is really ideal to say, which helps to train and engender bodhicitta. And that is that prayer. So may all sentient beings have happiness and the cause of happiness. May all the sentient beings be free from the causes of suffering and suffering itself. May they be free from suffering and established in the sacred happiness. May they be constantly inseparable with that great bodhicitta. So this, saying this prayer and engaging in that kind of mind training, focusing on the meaning is it's an excellent way to encourage the flourishing of the four measurables and and bodhicitta, love and compassion.
아니 야나니 셈젠데다 탐제라 ngar 메비기 아니 대왕 아니 게와 sar바다 체버데베기 잠바 아니 다다 예베기 둥알당 다싱 치수 둥알기 주팍 각베기 아니 닝제 아니 야나니 다다 셈젠 탐제다 대와당 뎀바딜라 따네 소소기 뇌네 가와당 이랑라 소고 제베거니 아니 가와 야나니 다 잠바 닝제 가와 데숭기 아니 줄레용 베세나 소소기 줄라 셰담 메바 아니 다 되샤 메바 티무 메바 숨 차다 아니 다 딘데기 아니 니ring 차단기 로데다 탐제 차 냠바 메바 차용 베세나 아니 당용 딘데 돈에 로장고요레스.
So how one trains basically is reflecting upon, the happiness of beings, that they have positive causes to bring about their happiness and prosperity and so on. So this is to contemplate that and have a good feeling about that. That's love, you know, loving all beings, wishing them well. Um, then there's another mentality, which is the wish that beings not suffer, to have empathy for their suffering and have great compassion, and the wish to end their suffering. This is compassion. And then when one sees that beings are happy, that they're flourishing, then there's rejoicing in that, and that's great joy. So that's joy. And then to be free from any kind of anger or stupidity or jealousy or any kind of preference and bias and so on. To have compassion for beings, whether they're far away or close, you know, um, that's to cultivate great equanimity. So that's the fourth one, is that being in that, equalizing the relationship to beings, whether they're far or close, but it's, equal compassion for all beings.
Now, break time.
I have a question. How does it work? Like, do they translate for me or, you know?
Oh, what was that?
I have a question.
Yes.
Does it get translated or?
You mean, you're hearing Eric talk in English?
No, I
translating
have
it?
a question for the Rinpoche.
Oh, does it
Yeah,
get
does it
translated?
get translated?
I'm sorry, Rinpoche, would you like to take a question now, or will you take questions later?
Later, maybe.
Later? Okay, maybe later. Okay, thank you.
I will
And,
give you question time, question answer.
Okay, thank you. So everybody, tea, coffee, water, snacks, bathroom? We'll
Whatever
take
you
about-
need,
We'll take about, Rinpoche, what do you want, 10
Yeah.
minutes or 15?
15 minutes.
15 minutes, thank you.
Anyone wants to change a chair, it's confusing me, I'm going more comfortable.
Last time I said, we didn't have enough flowers.
Oh, so many flowers.
Thank you.
Don't give me to bomb building shame. Memory and do this.
Oh, yeah. No.
지가 또 진짜 괜찮지. 선수들은 더 비등 선수들. 진짜게 안 돼. 유반이 나올라지 아이미셔. 이 제주도 하려면 안 돼. 아직 미치다 있는 거 봐지. 아직 미치다 있는 거 봐줘. 야, 바스켓니도 안 됐어. 진짜
Really good.
Ignore it. And it's not that it's not happening, it's just like you don't give it, yeah. Well, then they can do it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 We know because we're interested in knowing. No, a lot of things, yeah. Yeah. It is different. Yeah. Not the demand for it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They were, like, this should just be the food. Yeah, yeah, I know. Oh.
The water and cheese. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was blocking you guys. No, not to the back. No. Sure.
Ego. But it's cats inside. Yeah, inside. Yeah. Some change. Nice place, isn't this? Oh, the real estate, nice. It's in the world.
Very nice. Nancy Silver. Nancy Silver.
Yes, it's in the world.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very sure.
No, thank you.
This was in Beijing.
Yeah.
That one. Chúng tôi mới mẹ của xe này gì xe này gì.
No, today I'm first like break my first only 45 minutes early.
No problem. No problem. I accept.
Because I see so many people in school.
Yeah. Yesterday was a tough day.
And we have a walkable day.
Oh. Sometimes they do it with
Yeah, it's in the chill back. It's my day. No. Yeah, it is. It's already check, but it is not working. So, no worry. okay up there?
Very
Okay.
nice.
If it was warm out, you could have just sat right there outside the window. If it was warm, I was saying, then you see perfectly, and you're still there.
More wind like there.
Was very.
Yes, definitely. Stay on.
Yeah, I want my chair.
What's the only side?
There's so many kids there, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no Indian police.
Yeah.
Are you welcome? Yeah, I didn't want to, no.
Without any noise.
Yeah, yeah, just wake up, put clothes, arrange. I think, you and I watched some bits. I think so, that time, right? Waking up from the temple one.
They have a fire.
Yeah.
Everybody online, we're gathering back into the space.
Online people, we don't know, we had good, delicious snack.
Yeah. Sending you all our delicious foods and
Yeah.
snacks and everything else.
In online. We keep teaching in online, and we food and everything we send to online.
You all tasted it, Ricochet just sent it over.
I did economically. Okay, Eric is there.
I see, yeah.
Lolo. Lolo.
Okay, that's all.
Do you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. 나서 다 세미시고네 로 장국레 수용배서나 다로 장탕데 가르쳐보지 장국이요레스 다 디고네마 아니 시용배서나 다 당보들라야 지단 잠바다 닝제 가와 땅뇽 레지 땡요레 다 슝탕마 나네 당보 시용배서나 잠바디 시요레스 이나야 단당아랑족이 다 쪼디 군산라미 샬롱 디나네 가르숭여를라나 포마르 아니 냠수 랑용베 세나 아니 땅용기 토네 장국여레 숭여레스
So with regards to the four immeasurables, we have to work with them like it's a training, like it's a mind training. We have to encourage their growth. So we're training in love, compassion, joy, and equanimity. That's the standard order of the four immeasurables. All the renditions of this teaching start with the love at the beginning. But in the Words of My Perfect Teacher by Patrul Rinpoche, another order is presented. In that text, equanimity is trained in first, prior to the other immeasurables. There's immeasurable equanimity that's cultivated according to the Words of My Perfect Teacher.
다 디나 간디숭여레라나 당보 땅용 마장나 잠바당 닝제라소과 초리진도 쇼네 아니 넘버다 바시 미용 딜라테네 당보 땅용기 거네 로장그 디리틱 디리전 숭여레스
So what is mentioned in the Words of My Perfect Teacher to explain the reason behind putting equanimity at the beginning? Well, it's stated in there that if equanimity is not established at the beginning, then the practice of love, joy, and compassion can go towards bias, can veer towards bias and attachment. And this is not the perfectly pure way.
다디 버르르무치 숭용베세나 나랑서 저고 고와당 치기 토네 숨주지 말에 버르르무치 코랑기 냠용기 토네 코랑 장화기 아니 나로네 다 셈딩네 아니 코랑기 장화디 나용베세나 문에 라렌데 딘디레도다 삼비 토네 아니 마 숨샤주 차디기요 레스티엔데 아니 나랑서 이네 로 장용베세나 아니 당보 땅용디 장송와이나 레라고 예장
So this observation by Patrul Rinpoche, it's not some kind of out of his understanding or some intellectual thing, but it's born from his actual practice on a practical level. What he experienced himself was the benefit of putting equanimity at the beginning prior to the other immeasurables. He felt that this was the most efficacious way and produced the best results, and one wouldn't veer into bias. So we should also adopt this way, which is quite easy and establishes the practice on the right foot.
다 디디 컨트롤라나 땅뇽라 힌데 컨트롤을 보알랭고 그래. 삼로 컨트롤을 땅고 그래라나. 아니 달라 셰당 땅뇽도 샤. 레라고 삼로 땅나. 년라 아니 가야나 가동 세와디 땅뇽이 땡도 샤고 비어래. 디인데 딘데 샤용 베세나 디니 다 달라 땅야디 땅뇽 샤 년라 가야디 땅뇽 샤 송와이나 샤툭 송와이나 셈젠 탐제라 니린라 차동데 땅뇽라 아니 랑싱기 레고 디인데 딘데저버지라 아니 땅뇽라 인데 고아데 딘데저버실랭고 그래스.
So how should we understand this meditation on equality? How is it to be conceived? Well, if you're able to equalize, that is your relationship to enemies, throw away your anger and your discontent, your aggression towards them, equalize that. And then also, with regards to those we are attached to, our family and friends, equalize that attachment and that love and that concern, equalize it so that both enemies and friends become the same, equal concern for both, without being influenced by attachments and tendencies towards aggression and love, but equalize that. If one is able to equalize that relationship between those who are friends and those who are enemies, conceiving them in the same way and having equal compassion, then what happens is, by extension, we can express that to all beings. That means that in that prayer we say, may we not be close to some and far from others. Well, that becomes an actuality. So it's easy to understand then that on that level of friends and enemies, if we're able to resolve that and equalize it, by extension, we can do that for all beings and actually live up to that prayer, which says not being close or far from beings.
아니 대다른 마임바 아니 알아서 단다 세메시기 로중기 세메시기 냠렌지기 삼로당 냠렌지기 해봐 예도도제 아니 삼로디 소소기 파마 소소기 년 소소기 셈젠 대랑 랑기 초라 신도 차 아니 대다른 마임바 드라담 아니 생기 초라 당네 딘데 제송아이나 아니 당용 생이단 땜밤 양다바지 자기요 말이스.
So if one is attempting to meditate on the four immeasurables, to cultivate it, but then all the while inside one is attached to friends and family and has a preference, towards those our buddies and so on, with those we have sympathy for, and then all the while, having an aversion towards our enemies and so on, then the other practices will not reach perfection. This is not the definitive meditation on equality, right? This is bias that's veered off, into attachment and aggression. So we're not going to have the ideal results stemming from that. It's not going to be a perfect practice at all. It'll be a kind of a pretend practice. One will be going through the motions, but internally there's bias and preference. So it's not a perfect practice.
아니 데나네다 세랍가마 생가마란 케말레나 셰메레 안 세랍가마 켈렌 산에 송데 아니 소소기 파마 마지긴 셈진직자메 라인진 알아서 삼로 땅고요로 다 데나네장 나와 산지베기 최 냠소 랑킨지나 마주르 남게 타다님베 셈젠 탐제라데 셈젠 체 디기 셈젠 지고 라기요 말 세랍 가마네 가메기 셈젠데다 탐제라 라기요레 디 라비온베스나 대다 탐제 랑기 잠잠 소소 파만제르 잠잠 소소기 니네제르 잠잠 소소기 파 아니 갈라오래 자양제르스
If we don't believe in a previous lifetime, then it goes without saying this is a moot point. Then it doesn't apply to us. But if we do believe in a previous lifetime, then we've had many of those lives, and that being the case, we've had relationship with many beings. Oftentimes, they've been our parents. This is particularly accepted by Buddhists. So if we adopt this Buddhist view, it means that when it's not just this life, but there are many lives. And in the course of so many lives, some relations they've been friends, family. It's even possible they've been our enemies. But there's been these relationships in the past. And so it needs to be embraced with this equanimity, not getting caught up in the reactivity about friend and enemy.
아니 대나네 단다 달라 아니 셰당기 땅념 샤고레스 땅념디 샤용베세나 삼로 땅탄디 간지지 삼로 땅고게요레라나 소소기 다데량 산다 첸델란 다레데 생게마 소소기 파마제이시레스 소소 파마제이나 다데기 파마나신 소소라 제웨 조테요 야나 소소기 아니 녜녜제요 녜제송아이나 단당아랑소기 세웨기 가수제 대답도 대당 팀바진 짱요레스 데인데 자인데 타직도 아니 자진이 예바요 말레스 데니 토네 아니 바로볼라 펜토에게 삼로 땅송와이나 ndala shedangi 땅뇽스
So if we think we have an enemy in this lifetime, we need to really take the whole concept of enemy, that reality of what we think is enemy, and place it into equality. Place that status of that being our enemy and put it right there in equality, equalize it. Because what we conceive of as an enemy in this lifetime, we had another relationship with that being who we consider to be an enemy. That being at some of our endless lifetimes could have been our parent, father or mother. And just like our parents in this lifetime have demonstrated so much kindness to us, that alleged enemy that we're conceiving of could have been in the past our very a kind parent. Parents are generally kind. And if they were a parent, they would have been kind. So this whole status of that being that one has an animosity towards, that one conceives as being an enemy, that's not absolute. They're not your absolute enemy in every lifetime. You've had a loving relationship with them at some point in some lifetime. So we need to, place that in that greater scope of understanding and equalize that relationship that we have with enemies, not taking it so serious that there's the absolute enemy in this lifetime, that actually shifts.
아니 대땡도 아니 년라 가둥기 땅뇽스 년라 가야디아 땅뇽 샤고 그레스 다디 땅뇽디 샤용베세나 아니 땅뇽 냠렌제담 땅뇽 삼로 땅땅디 컨트롤지레라나 아니 다다 나란즈기 년도 지샤주디 아니 대다 탐제 다 세와 첨부지 제여데 이나양 거기 깨왕가마데라 소소기 다제유나 소소를 네바케레만도 세와 되기 말어 대따르도 아니 네바케 바삼로텔라 때네 아니 소소기 세와디양 세웨기 토니 마임바 세와디 슈 충부 조비거네 아니 드라델라 아니 가스 소소기 녜델라 세웨기 아니 가완디양 아니 당뇽디 레진이 차디게 페나 소소기 다지디 소소를 네바케기로 디인디 디기 삼로디 파스다 고셔자용 베세나 아니 소소 녜기 세완들라의 땅뇽 공탄데 딘디 차기요레스
Likewise, we've had this, we have relations with family, those who are close to us. And being family, we automatically give them our love. But if one contemplates it deeply, at some point in a previous lifetime, they were our enemy. And we didn't demonstrate any love. In fact, that love was very little. I mean, there was no love there. So that family member or that person we love so much who's close to us, they're not absolutely always in that status of somebody lovable. We've had a different relationship with them in the past. So instead of being hysterical about who you're loving, put that into equality also. Doesn't mean taking away the love, but equalize it.
At the end, around some time be senayang, ani dryina, tajik to dryba. Nienina, tajik to nieniba, tindigi chune, niebakayama, tangyum pata, dryina yan, sendelan dryina, sengyama soso pama. Sendela sosogi nienina yang, sengyama sosogi dra. Tindigi ani ko nieringi, ani chabdong tone samlo tango biyo. 다 전서 발체와 고이지 단다 산지기 숨 도나 파파 까다야 나기 아니 숨만 가르숭여라나 파샤 사싱 말라텍 랭엔 자오 빵니 숨 충메 추이 르바차 코르이초라기 모도스 파파 까다야 나기 데 숨여 다 디디 숨용베 세나 파파 까다야 나기 뇌식이 토네 쓰용베 세나 미직다 파 아니 샤사 아니 키디 마네야다 롱무잡 아니 미디기 빵갈라 소소기 부구지 키 데레제니 아니 데데바 시용베사나 아니 샤사용베사나 샤디 소소기 겨왕아마기 파기 샤제 아니 키디 소소 겨왕아마기 아마기 겨와데체 아니 소소기 빵갈레 예샤조기 부구디 겨왕아마기 소소기 다디체 딘리제니 아니 파시용베스나 파바카다야나기 안 닝제토니 닝제 깨니 딘리진 로지딘데 망고 여러와 딘데 타직도 드라이나 드라이밍 녀바 녀니나 녀니밍 녀바 요마레스
So we should be free from being close to some and far from others and equalize that relationship. There's a story that demonstrates the absurdity of the unfolding of karma, in a way how hilarious it is. This story is related about the master Katayana. This master was walking along and he came upon the scene where this lady was cooking up some meat and the dog was begging her for some meat, but she was beating that dog. And in her lap was a baby that she was breastfeeding. And so Katyana, with his kind of a supervision, his insight, his clairvoyance, he could see what was happening there. The back. And so what he saw was this lady who had the baby in her lap. The meat that she was cooking was the flesh of her father from a previous lifetime, or her father who had passed away and reincarnated as this animal. And so she was devouring the flesh of her father. And she was beating this dog that was trying to beg for the flesh. And that dog was her mother, reincarnation of her mother. And the baby in her lap was none other than her own enemy. And so this was a ridiculous scene that Katyana witnessed there, and it gave rise to great compassion, to see that the baby that she had in her lap was actually the one who killed her parents, and she was feeding that baby and then eating the flesh of her father and beating her mother with a stick, that dog. Um, so one should be careful about having an absolute enemy, a definitive enemy that's always an enemy, and somebody who's always a friend. There's no such status. Things are shifting, as one can see in the story.
아니 대치고 마임바 나라도 텐데 삼로 땅 되는데 야나니 개왕아마 게 만내야지 최슈 천수에 내마 최나데 안 단다들이야 게 마셰가지 천수만의 슈가지 내진 상마다 개왕암시 레준적이 개발 될라 때니 중요했어.
So it's not just that situation. This situation appears in all kinds of circumstances. If you think about it, it could possibly be that, we were teaching in our previous lifetime and Rinpoche was receiving the teaching. In this lifetime, Rinpoche is teaching and we're receiving the teachings. That relationship can change also. Karma, cause and effect, it functions like this. Causes and conditions leading to effects.
다디 마임바 아니 양 루주지요래 나가 뭐 최제 티순 대중기 아니 콩라 부모 하잔 빼마살라 힌지 충바래 아니 디 충네 아니 세 마리네 로추든 갑라 하잔 빼마살데 샤송 버레스
그래서 마찬 페미스는 최선대진 그 세모르도 네.
나오
그렇지.
레레
Semo. Okay, so there's a story, a history of the great king Chisun Detsen, and he had a daughter named Flacham Pemasel. And she passed away, unfortunately, at the age of 17, suddenly.
아니 대갑라 시차네 아니 다 최제 티순 대중기 구름부실라 슈바래 나기 부모디 레 다바시 인사레 삼송세 가르라나 나 자부 티순 대중기 부모를 깨도스 대참지 마임바 아니 다체 구름부시 산징외 아니 따부 체남의 셰제도스 이나양 세통 가르진 세통아래 슈바레스
So at that time, the Dharma king, Chisun Detsen, then went to see Guru Rinpoche. And he mentioned to Guru Rinpoche, he said, I thought that she must have pure karma because I'm a king, I'm a Dharma king. And so to be the child of a Dharma king, you must have good karma. And she also was able to see you, the Buddha's face. That's Guru Rinpoche is referring to you, the Buddha. So why did she have such a short life? He posed that question to Guru Rinpoche.
안 데제네 슈용베스나 구름부치 가르숭바렐라나 아니 세몰 하잠디 아니 레 답비고네 책이 세몰 깨바 마레스 아니 다네 아니 구름부치다 최저 지존데진 kenjin 부디 사도 넘버 숨 아니 링엔기 부숨도 깨와 단다다 최된 자롱 가셔 셴비까지 호나바기 깨왕아만 될라 아니 하잠디 무장마시기 류랑니 요레스 아니 디캅라 자부처럼기 다 잡레비기 다 갈로레 뉴마기 소샤주기 백용구다 주중 텐델라
건다 데 부기 부 드라마기 자월랜드니 디기줄라 카레 자부 코난 트리선데튼기
아니 하잠디 부장마기 깨월랑여베 깝라 절부기 잡로라키야 쿠르부쿠리야기 다 뉴마기 소샤주 용구로 나가모
Oh yeah.
뭐 딘디 디스용 베스나 절부 초랑기 아니 덴바 메비 토네 하 먹어이 토네 차기 디 정부들라 호네 정부디 시송어레스 디기 소 렌차기 아니 체기 세몰라 개바레스 데 숨바레스
So so Grimbache then related some of the past history that he was able to discern through his clairvoyance, and he pointed out that at a previous lifetime, Hlacham Pamacel, that is Tristan Dutzen's daughter, who had passed away, was had taken on the form of a bee, and the king Tristan Detsen, at that time, he was carrying he had a bamboo basket on his back, and the bee was hovering around him, and he swiped that bee that was at his neck and killed it. So that's his, he had this relationship with that bee through having killed it. So it wasn't based on a pure karma that the Lacham Pamacel reincarnated as his daughter.
디인데 다 최저 추선 대전데 지진 잡배양 뉘에다불라 렌차기 다 레기 넘버 멤버기 부지 디나신 깨용베잖아 다 셴라다 아니 라 먹어야 알아서 심진데다 탐절라 셴 먹어야 디인데 다다 라랑기 아마당 부지데다 탐제다 대위기 아니 세동 dimba 삼기 미차바제 델라테네 둥알 미데바 탐제 중 아니 란리 중위기 때 냥엔데다 탐지야 아니 찌기 찌라 네바체위기 렌차 코르위기 샤다레스 디인데 다다랑랑기 자르주바데다 탐지야 아니 타직도 자마임바 녜니나야 타직도 녜마임바 사람 가망가만나서 파마마제바 수야메바 준전 델라테네 아니 다다 녜다 데다 탐지 델라테네 예바 메비톤이 중요해 삼데레기 삼로 땅보기요레스
So if the king Tristan Detsen, who's such a lofty being the manifestation of Manjushri, the Bodhisattva of infinite wisdom, if he's being challenged by karmic debt, this is basically karmic debt. In Tibetan, it's called lenchak, karmic debt. If Manjushri is burdened by karmic debt, it goes without saying that we're also going to get challenged too. You know, all of this intense attachment, you know, it can be love also, all these emotions that we have towards family, this can also bring about conflict. We can actually suffer from that. You know, these relationships, a lot of the time, they're bringing harm to each other. This is because of previous karmic debts. You know, so you can't say that an enemy is a definitive enemy, an absolute enemy. No, this relationship has changed. Many lifetimes it's been a different relationship. And with regards to friends, we can't say that this is the ultimate definitive friend. We also have some karma there. We have some karmic debt. We're burdened by karmic debt from many, many lifetimes. And so the nature of relationships shifts because of this karmic debt. So there's no certainty at all about the status of a sentient being. That changes. And so this is something that one should consider deeply, that there is no absolute friend and no absolute enemy. That shifts.
디인데 다다 소소라 아니 달라 송송와이 나양 다르송이기 랑라 아니 네비기 녜바요 마레스 야나 랑기 다르송양 디기 아니 렌암 디기 파 아니 다르 마징게 델라 네바 아니 데데 네바 마게게 갈리세바 탈도 아니 네갑 잠지기 네바 켈송와이 나양 디기 아랑기 쳔디기 아니 가시안 소소를 네바게 소소 깨다 차요 그러 아니 소소양 가시라 다 대다 담게 소소라 네바 깨용 베스나 대당 튠비기 담배 최단 잘네 아니 타르두라 펜데기 대와 줄게 그래 인데 타직도 드라이나 드라이빙 예상요마 예네 예빙 예바요 말이스 대당 튠비고네 아니 삼로데 텐데 토네 아니 가랑속이 로디 장국이요레스
So we don't need to apprehend someone as being the absolute enemy bringing harm. Not all enemies bring harm. They may bring benefit even. We don't need to define it so strictly like that. Some enemies don't harm, some bring harm. Sometimes they just bring a temporary harm, not ultimately. And sometimes, like having fighting an enemy may be a good thing. It may overcome an impediment. So we can't say that who is absolutely an enemy, and we can't say what that relationship. It's not always the same. Sometimes, if you were to get rid of the enemy of a Buddha Dharma, a being that's harming beings, actually that's a good thing. One got rid of a being that's going to harm many other beings. So you can't ascertain things as being simply only one way only and define it as that. It can shift. And so this part of the mind training is to not see everything as being static and only one status, but that it is shifting.
아니 로디 마장송아 있나 년들라 년달도 다 세랍네 세랍버도 년달도 된 잔들라 세랍네 세랍버도 잔달도 진송아 있나 다 딘데기 랭에 바지 사용데 세나 아니 뒤 남양 착당들라 아니 니랭기 로디 깨두기요 말했어
So if one fails in that mind training, fails to see that beings, their status shifts, that, the idea that family and friends are always family and friends. They're definitive family and friends for every single life, always, that's not happening. Likewise, enemies, my enemy will always be my enemy in every lifetime, that's it. That's ridiculous. Not only is it ridiculous, but a lot of negativity is accumulated because of this lack of equanimity. Coming under attachment and aversion means that one's close to some and far from others, and that's contradictory to the practice itself. The practice is to equalize so that one's not too close to some and really far from others, but that all beings we have a connection with in the state of equality.
아디인데 당고 당념 길로디 장용베스나 가와 장국을 라드 랑기 일라 아니 신도 미가와 마가켄 가레 공조로 공조나 shedan 계획이 율데라 탐제라 아니 탑 넘버나 속에 고네 공조나 shedan 마기에 위 수도 로 장국이요레스
So we start off with the training of equanimity. And with equanimity, we pick the most challenging object, the thing that we really don't like, that we find distasteful, not appealing, kind of abhorrent. And we challenge ourselves with that to equalize that. We can imagine different situations, different people, challenging situations, and contemplate it until we equalized it. That we're not having a kind of overdone emotional reactivity, but that we equalize that, give it some spaciousness.
아니 디나네장 다치슈 데 수레 천자하고 비베 다치슈 데 수레라나 소소기 줄라에 비기 대샤 shedan 티모 녀모미 독숨들레스 이제미지 아니 천자 키니 세가 용겐들 다치슈 지금 말했어.
So do we realize what the biggest enemy is? Do we actually know what that is? It would be good to look. Our biggest enemy is the toxic emotions inside our mind stream. That is the three poisons of anger, desire, stupidity. Those are the real villains that live within. Our enemy is not always carrying weapons in his hands in front of you. Sometimes it can be more subtle than that. It can be an inward thing.
아니 소소기 줄라이 유베기 대샤샤다 티모 나절 다 내기 녀mom비 뚝숨보디 아니 당념 돈에 로곰투송와 이나 되네 상황라 아니 당념디 곰투기여레스.
And with regards to these different poisons, 3 poisons or 5 poisons, anger, jealousy, stupidity, pride, all of that stuff. If we're able to equalize it and not get overexcited about each and every one of the emotions, but sort of have an equal, equanimous approach towards it, then actually most situations will be workable. If you can equalize your relationship to the 5 conflicting emotions, then everything else will be easier.
아니 대나내장 담보 콘로단 셰단기 기위 율데다 탐제 당념콘에 로장 톱송와 이나 아니 셰다 지단기 펜네 가양 메데긴 지단 바르마데다 탐제라 아니 생 당념데 공부고요레스 다 텐데기 다 셰단기 슈쳔부 마잉겐 콘로 슈쳔부 마잉겐 아니 년 슈쳔부 마잉겐 데다 탐제양 세랍토마 메바네 랑기 아니 파마 마제바 직장 매연 베세나 파마 제송아이나 다 첸델라 파마 제레 생가마 제요 마레스 생가마 제레 첸델라 제레 라힌더부 딘데기 장가마 다 장기 마초용 베세나 데다 탐제라 아니 소소기 파마 뇌당 자외고네 제동기 로 마제 바르도 아니 다다 탐제 로 양양 장신 곰베고네 아니 공부기요 레스텐디도네.
So if one is able to equalize something that's kind of challenging, like some object that we don't like, that we hate, if we can manage that first, equalize that, then those things which are kind of in the middle there, that don't harm us much and that don't benefit us much, but kind of neutral, those will be very easy to equalize. That'll be effortless. Really, to start off with the anger and the hate and to equalize that, that's excellent. To realize that, our kind parents in this lifetime, in a previous lifetime, were not our kind parents. They were something else. And that the parents in our last lifetime are not our kind parents in this lifetime. They're something else, you see, and not to get too rigid about our relationships, but realize that, these relationships have shifted, the status has been different, and that we should have love and compassion for our enemies and for those who are close to us, and train in that on a daily basis to equalize that, to not exaggerate the closeness we have in this lifetime with some and exaggerate the distance we have, to equalize all of that, to get over it.
안 타말라 단 자다 년 내가 나신 자녀 가야 마임비게 바르마 숨불라 강롱도 나오기 semjen 탐제 아니 랑게 센디 파마단 체바로 메베고니 닝지기 로 마케버도 곰점 갈레세바 대다로 마중송아이나 아니 랑셴기 자다 년라서 강라양 닝제단 시단라서 봐 아니엔 닝지마게 달라 시당 마지에 거네 아니 로디 파냐버 다 덴데기 로 개와 점지 중국이요 다 대다른 마임바 다 펜바양 메 네바양 메비기 디무기 아니 다 당념시 계송와이나 대양 당념 체메바 레벨라나 당념 체메비기 보디 쭉 말했어
So really, it's a question of equalizing that relationship of enemies, friends, and those that we are indifferent to. Those are the ones that are in between. So until we've got to have compassion for all of those beings, then they're on the status of friend and enemy. If we have compassion for all of them, then we've removed that status. We're having love and compassion for all beings, and that's a state of equality. If we feel like, to have equality for those that we are indifferent to, you see, that's a kind of a dullness equality. That's not the definitive immeasurable of equality. That's just a null, a kind of a numb state of indifference. That's not equality. Equality is having that compassion and love for all beings equivalently. Enemies, friends, and those that we have an indifferent relationship with. Then that's called immeasurable equality.
다티나네 땅용 체메바 라힌디 아니 삼로 땅단데 컨트리더블 땅고기여라나 페르나 아니 장송 된제바다고 장송라데 나가모 아니 상기 슈크데비 갑기 장주선바다 다좀바데다 탐제 좀불라마 아니 덴덴쇼와 아니 셀라라 덴덴쇼와 데라보지레스 다데 슈용베스나 컨트리rel라나 미축부기 슈나양 치과 미땅보기 슈나양 치과 미축벌라야 모서데 땅볼라 마녀지 셰메바 상마 치과 지장 덴데고네 아니 릭 상보기 슈나양 디파 릭 냠바기 숭나양 디파 데라 탐제 치과 지장 나나 독점 안데가 나신기 아니 마 말람 잡탄 치과 지장 임비 좀 데라부지 아니 남게 가차게 셈젠 탐제 니지 전부 율도 냠싱 아니 냠바 지귀고네 로디케 투송와이나 디 땅뇽 체메 자기요 다 딘디기 로디케 맞추기 바르돌라 아니 땅뇽 체메데 곰자 보기요레스
So this limitless equanimity is kind of like the story of the Brahmin who invited Sakyamuni Buddha along with the Arahants for alms, for a midday meal. So the Buddha, typically in his Buddha style, would accept invitations from rich or poor, doesn't matter who they were, high status, low status, high caste or low caste, whatever the case may be. The Buddha in the state of equality would accept that and go with his retinue to receive these alms. And then make a aspiration prayer. That's a typical thing when you receive alms. The tradition is to offer aspiration prayers. So with his sky-like compassion, limitless compassion, Buddha would make these aspiration prayers in that state of equality, right? So that's an example of limitless or the immeasurable of equanimity, equality. And we should train in that, in the mind training of practicing equality until we get to that level like a Buddha, where doesn't matter rich or poor, caste, whatever, race and creed and all of that stuff is irrelevant in the state of great equality. We should train in that until we've equalized everything the Buddha has.
Thank you, Rinpoche, and thank you, Eric, for this morning. We are going to take our lunch break now. Before we do, let's dedicate the merit, and then I'll make an announcement. That's on page 20. Through this merit, may all attain omniscience and conquer the enemy wrongdoing. May all be freed from samsara's ocean and its pounding waves of birth, old age, sickness, and death. As all the victorious Buddhas of the past, present, and future praise dedication as supreme, so now do I dedicate all to this virtue, that all beings may perfect good actions. By this virtue, may each and every being effortlessly reach the primordial ground, the state of the Mahavaja, free of transition and change, and become spontaneous. And today, for this break, we'll just do the long life prayer for Ajahn Gyaltse Rinpoche. Om Swasti, you taught well the Dharmata, primordial unchanging luminosity. As the heart of the supreme Vajra miracle, illusion stands on the great chariot's primordial wisdom. Supreme Tulgu, forever care of us. Hey everybody, so we have Indian food for everybody here. And thank you to Athena for the boundless grace efforts and everything else put into that, preparing this for everybody. And after you eat, we have until 2 o'clock, we'll be returning. So everybody online as well, we're sending you good food over there. And I know a lot of our European students and Asian students have had to go. Everybody here included gets a recording of the teaching. So I just wanted you to know that if you like to just sit and not take notes, you will have recording of the teaching. After you eat, if you feel like your tummy is like, you can walk to the right when you go out of the house. About 2 blocks up, there's a sweet little park. You can just circle around, do some circumambulations if you want, and head back. You won't get lost, in other words, so you can't miss it. Just straight, 2 blocks that way. And that's, and we'll return at 2 o'clock, and we'll wait for Rinpoche to come. See everybody online at 2 New York time. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We've all gathering. Is Eric here?
Yes.
Wonderful. He sure is. Okay.
Okay.
Ready.
그래서 딱 세메시 나네 되니 당념 검술디 아니 조주에 잠지 주바이 다 되니 마 잠바기 포르디 쉐이스.
So thus far, with the four immeasurables, we've briefly touched upon the first one, which is equanimity, talked about that a little. And so now we're going to transition into immeasurable love. In Tibetan, that's jamba.
다데인데 다 단계 당보 당념 거로 왕부지 셰제 아니야 천설로 당념 거로 싱아라니야 칼라서 당념 데스 참도스 칼라 망라도스 데스.
So Rinpoche is saying that we've talked so much about equanimity, you know. Lots of it was expressed. And yet Rinpoche said he struggled with having equanimity at lunch because he overdid it. So even the equanimity is failing right there at lunch.
아니 나 잠바디 술 공고기열에 람나 아니 지당 다 단계 당념 세메 아니 곰비기 감숨기 샘젠 탐제 아니 잠베기 율도 아니 냠버 제베고네 대다 탐제라 믹네 아니 공고기열에스.
So who is our love directed towards, this immeasurable love? Well, just as in the meditation on equanimity, you know, we spread that equanimity out towards all beings of the three realms, you know, like we were the king of the three realms, and we spread that out, you know. So in a similar way, our reference point here for immeasurable love are all the beings of those three realms.
아니 디 고미용 베세나 다 세메라 힌디 장가요 말레스 세디가즈레 살라니요 말레 숭기요 다디 숭용 베세 베나 가나서 저베이나 단다 세메 마차용 되나 잠바이나양 소소기 아니 가사 소소기 약사 안 딘데라 잠바고 아니 소소기 마가사당 소소기 독사되다 담제라 아니 잠바고 말아 딘디 그 잠바데 잠바르디네 잠바 세메와 차기요.
What's up? So when we're training in this, we should remember that, you know, immeasurable equanimity, immeasurable love means exactly that. It's got no limit to it. It just goes on and on. You know, generally, we hold on to those who are close and dear to us. We favor them, you know, the good people, ones that are nice to us, ones we like, you know, and we love those people. But then those we have an aversion to, you know, that we don't have a good ideas about, we're not so close to them. We don't love them. So here, there's love. Actually, I mean, there's love occurring. It's occurring for those who are close to us, and so we can't negate that. That's happening, but it's not immeasurable. The definition of immeasurable means it's going towards all beings without limit. Otherwise it's restricted. It's with limit.
다 잠바 고미용베 세나양 담로 깨탕 저부지 간이 저부지 샤고 그럴라나 베나 아니 파마기 소소기 부구 충중라 아니 다고 잡탕 다 부구 충중 네 부구디야 달로 이나로 야스 말레 버도 아니 파마기 다고 잡기여로 오딜라 두저 차야기당 안 둥알 때기 삼로친 레기요 말 파마기 부구들라 야고차나 부구들라 중나 데네 잔잔전에 아니 좋아 다 야고서야기 로 데네 삼로당 레용 대지구 마임바 배낭 아란족이 다 미세디나 기타 디나라야 아니 셈제 저거지 소송와 이나양 셈제들라 야고지 중나스 콜라 대화지 중나 삼비기 삼로지 레이도 뭐 딘데기 콜라 야고지 중나 나라 케미도스 아니 소소기 갈레 소소기 둥알디 체도 세베고네 아니 바로 보텔라 소소기 부구 있나요? 소소기 셈제 있나요? 대다 탐제라 소소기 강할데 체도 세베고네 아니 준비 잡아 디디질라 아니 삼당고기요레스
So what should we be contemplating when we're generating love, immeasurable love? Well, we should fashion our love after that, like a mother would show their infant child, taking care of that child, trying to nurse, take care of, help that child flourish, protect that child from suffering and so on. There's a lot of concern out of love, so much concern for that child. So we, in a similar fashion, we should be concerned with the happiness of all sentient beings. If we see a sentient being, we should feel like, oh, I hope they do well, they're happy and have good wishes and love those beings. With a feeling like if there was suffering, I wish to remove that suffering from that being, just like a mother protects their only child, So there's diligence coming out of this love and concern that we have for beings.
다 딘데기 서로와디 소소기 강할데 체도 세베고네 바로 부구라 때기 서로와디 수이 파마 제 뇽에나 디 용거를만도 파마 제 마윤 디 서로와디 나란족이 내센 두고 말 강다리양 다 딘데기 서로와디 아니 소소기 부구치고 마임바 소소기 다고 잡샤주기 셈진 치고 마임바 아니 대탑 아니 기부 기탑 네 데데기 코네 가수지 제나야 소소기 류가 이숨기 코네 아니 셈젠 탐제 도와를 두게 셈젠 탐제라 데데 용야기 체도라 안 준비 잡아들라 안 대양 아니 셈젠 데다 센디기 데지 아니 세 치마기 아니 다 람상고 대야기 데데기 체도라 아니 랑기 류가 이숨기 준비 잡아들라 잠바스
So the feeling that we should have, when relating to beings out of love is that we're ready to sacrifice for them, just like a mother is ready to sacrifice and surrender her happiness for others, for the child. We should have that kind of sentiment, that feeling. And even going beyond what a mother would have for their only child, but feel that this is going for all beings, not just those who we're responsible for, who have a connection with us, but we're dedicating our body, speech, and mind in a diligent way towards the happiness of all beings. May they be filled with joy and happiness. Making that wish that in this lifetime and acting that, based on one's inspiration, creating that happiness in this lifetime for beings, and then also in the future, dedicating your body, speech, and mind so that they can achieve a good path in the future, find the way, to develop in a positive way in the future, next life also, not just this life, but in the future. And that's devoting one's body, speech, and mind towards that end is the training of love, immeasurable love for all beings.
아니 대나네장 아니 샘젠 대다 탐제장 랑 대나 샘젠 탐제 대냠 랑 끼나 샘젠 탐제 끼냠 대인데 랑기 아니 대제 코나 아니 된도 니로 마임바 샘젠 탐제기 아니 대제디 된도 니로기 삼로디 레고기요레스
So in this way, we have the attitude that if I'm happy, may all sentient beings partake of that happiness. If I'm joyful, may all beings partake of that joy. It's that broader vision. One that keeps to the purpose, right? To the authentic meaning, not just for oneself, but it embraces all beings. One is adhering to the essential meaning, right? For the benefit of all, not just for one's single purpose.
아니 대나네 소소 찍고 마임바 아니 신 샘젠 탐제 있나양 미대와단 동알니 수직되게요 말해 이나양 대외기 주 개와디 줍셰기를 벨라나 대외기 주 개와디 줍셰기 말해 대나네장 미개와기 아니 주 아니 대다 탐제 다 되자셰당 디무기 왕도 손에 라렌 친줄로도 줄비기 아니 동알 코나 인데 동알 대다 탐제 빵투게요 말해 다 덴데기 동알기 왕도 조샤주기 아 동알기 왕도 조샤주기 샘젠 탐제라 아니 라랑 소소기 되바따르도 되바카레 디치로 딘데기 데지 코나 중나 치 마루 냠베코네 삼로디 양니 양도 땅보 딘데 땅니 코네 공부기요레스
So in this manner, giving up one's own self-concern, broaden that to incorporate all beings, concern for all beings. All beings want to be happy. But do they know what the cause of happiness is? Do those beings actually know what brings about their happiness? Not really. They're filled up with the 5 poisons, and then the activities that stem from the 5 poisons are negative actions. And so they don't know how to execute or bring about their happiness in a practical way. And also they don't know how to avoid the 5 poisons in a practical way. So even though they want the happiness, their actions contradict it. Their actions actually create suffering. Theirs create suffering. And just in the same way that we don't want to suffer, also they don't want to suffer. We're equal in that department, in that regard. We have a same mentality. We don't want suffering. The sentient beings don't want suffering. So what we want, they want also. So we should contemplate that.
네 랑라 대화 따르도 샘젠 탐제라양 안 대화 코나 대바인데 랑당 체메바 다 소소기 곰 잡용베 세나 소소단 찍어 직장 샘젠 탐제 대화 되게 샤다 임바 동알 미대바 샤다 임바 아니 소소단 찍어 임바 체바 소소단 체버를 매바 아니 마차기 버들라 안 딘데기 잡아치미리 공부비어레스
So just as one desires happiness for oneself, we have to really take that to heart, that all beings have exactly the same wish and that one's own wish and the other wishes are equivalent. We're equal in that regard. All beings really want to avoid suffering. We want to avoid suffering. We're all exactly on the same page in that regard. And so until we realize that, our love for ourselves and our love for all beings is equivalent, we're all going in, traveling together. Until we've arrived at that point where there's love for all beings, we should train in this immeasurable love. We should nourish it.
아니 대다리 임바디양 아니 산제기 송 도데나니 가르숭요리라나 아 잠발라 힌디 류치부 마임바 나기 치부 마임바 이기 치부 마임바 잠베기 레라 힌디 류기 레당 아니 잠바 나기 레당 잠바 이기 레 수아나싱 아니 룽아이 숫자기 왕도 주샤주기 잠베기 레디 차디기요레스
In a text, in a sutra, the Buddha had mentioned about the training in love, generating love. Buddha said that the training of love should permeate the body, speech, and mind, so that one's body is activated by love, and so is one's speech, and so is one's mind, that they become the tools of love, that we express that and engage in practical activities that demonstrate that love through body, speech, and mind.
텐데기 잠발라 힌디 아니 카기 식셰나야 잠베기 식셰 당아라도 락베기 자와도부지 제송아 있는 레가도부지 레송아 있나야 아니 잠베기 레제 다 대나네 다 타네 식셰바당 락바기 자와 제바sam지 마임바기 델레 락바 나란조기 셈기 삼로당당 셈기 삼로당용 베세나야 셈제 셴라 아니 네바 메버 장신 잠비술 코네 고디 지구요레스
So then, with regards to training in love, it shouldn't just be a verbal expression, lip service, but one should actually demonstrate it and embody it completely. Also, when one is engaged in chores and doing different work, that should be the expression of love. And then also with one's thinking, one's mind should be filled up with love for others, with no wish to bring any kind of harm, but only bring benefit to others. So in this way, verbally, physically, mentally, everything is permeated by this love and this wish to benefit others.
텐데 임바디양 단다 자스 좀 시와라기 쩐주 나네 가르숭요레라나 미기 셈젠 따나야 장신 잠비츠기 따 숭요레 딘디 마란조기 하나 미기 파 니 미디기 파 미셴라 셈젠 셴라 따나야 미치구마에 셈젠 가리나야 대다 탐질라 따용 베스나야 아니 좀신 이두용의 추이고네 따고 그래 숭요
And so Shantideva offers a guideline on the practice of love in his Bodhisattva's way of life. He says, when you gaze upon beings, not just humans, but all beings, offer a pleasing face, a smiling and attractive face to all beings, a pleasing face when you are beholding others. Behold them with love.
베나 다 디치고 말에 나란족이 삼로당데 나란족이 미세 될라야 아니 여러 미기 바로부터 미베 미야고 좀면면 진 따송아이나 소송아이네 셈기부 미센다이네 셈기부 딘디 차이요 보다 바로부터기 오늘 룽더부터 미글로더부 따송아이나 아니 주로 미센다디양 아니 룽라 콩알 가르지 미글로 따게나 된다면 나양 룽라 아이도 주차되게 여라 데인데 데인비 좀센 될라 때네 아니 따용 배수나 좀신 이동 외수고네 따고야 당 아니 셰당신 아니 초회기 미글라서 뭐수이고네 따요 말했을 숨여레스
So, for example, you know, um, if you think about it, just in everyday life, you meet somebody and they're smiling, smiling at you, or you're smiling at them. First, the smile makes you feel good. It also makes them feel good. They feel happy, joyful. And so you can see the benefit right away. It's nothing but good. On the other hand, if you got a stern look and a kind of grimacing scowl on your face, then that's intimidating. And people react. They don't like it. And so for no reason at all, one might have aggravated somebody by showing a black face, an angry stare. And for no reason at all, you create a negative seed in them, a negative cause, unnecessarily provoking some tension and so on. So the Shantideva is saying, smile, show a pleasing face, don't have any anger in your eyes or frown, and but show a pleasing face.
배낭 하란족이 삼로 땅땅들라 메독 라양데 람산 닝제부 저고 삼로 낭로랑 닝제부 토를 소래물 아니 신동 체르마 예주지 삼로 땅은 람산고랑 오 디다 체르마르다 람 데스파 셰저 데리 차그로 디나싱 아니 소소 미 잠바 곰데 힌트다 탐제나 미 탐제기 통용 베스나야 이도공과 아니 대다른 마인바 미타과랑 달룽랑된 데네 다 시난젠 데네나 미통용도랑 아니 파 셴발로도 힌데 용으로 대단 지고 차르고요레스
So, for example, if we see a flower, suddenly we feel joyous inside. It has an effect. We get the effect of that beautiful flower. If we encounter a thorny bush, we get pricked by a thorn. We develop a different attitude towards that. That's not as appealing. It's not as pleasing. So therefore, the advice is to, at all times, show a pleasant face. Be it, smiling and being loving is attractive. It creates an attractiveness that all beings love. So be like that being, that loving being. Otherwise, the other side of that is an irritated person, angry person, tense person. And this kind of just aggravates others, unnecessarily disturbing them and so on. So adopt a more of a smiling visage, a nice countenance.
아니 단다 디코네 군살라미 샬롱낭 다디 루주지 송여레 녜마 미지 아니 셴라 미글로 따데 힌지 미글로 장장 따데 힌지요레스 시수 디디마 시용베세나 이다소 계송하다 대가 나신기 아니 파베 강사 대다 탐제라 미글로 따위 쩨기 냐로르 끼어라서 고데 송여레스
There's a story that relates the shortcomings. There's a history that relates the shortcomings of, having a negative expression on your face, having nasty looking eyes filled with anger. There was a person who would constantly, in the words of my perfect teacher, the story is related where this person would constantly have this scowl on their face, and kind of looking, staring at people negatively. And later on, when this person passed away, they reincarnated as a hungry ghost, expressly because of that behavior of making nasty looks at people. And if this was cast upon, this kind of nasty look is cast upon beings of a higher caliber, like the noble, enlightened beings, then the consequence is to go to the lowest realm, to the hell realm.
대인데 류기 절람 탐지장 아니 가르제 송와이 나야 잠신 이동의 권에 아니 시엔라 민뇌지 아니 대가 나신기 다 펜토야기 아니 절람도 지구기요레스.
So therefore, it's advised that physically one conduct oneself in a really loving way, in a pleasing and attractive way, and never have feelings of ill will or wishing to harm others, but rather engage in actions which bring benefit. Conduct which inspires happiness.
아니 나기 다칙파 시송와이 나양 아니 시엔라 다칙 두사자야당 시엔라 칙 님발람야당 아니 시엔 순진야기 칙라소고 마임바 칸에 뎀브라마와 냠브라마와라소.
And then with regards to speech, one should watch one's expressions, not be overly critical and negative and cutting in one's speech, but speak the truth, never denigrate. It's important to have positive expressions of speech.
아니 이게 권에 삼로 땅송와 있나양 셴라 펜버 제송와 있나 디기 아니 렌도 디기 레와 소소기 셴라 페나 마음을 나기 나래 야부 지게르다 삼비기 레와 마임바 단당에 공라 직페나 나라 거기 아니 다 잘라이나야레 가리이나 냠바시 되게르다 삼비기 이기 삼로 대다른 마임바 아니 렌도 레와라 소보 가야 메비 토네 아니 이기고네 절람대양 아니 ngak chambramawadan 안디가 나신기 아니 랑라 장주 셈버 통답기 수도 마임바 답에 절람 시신도와 소송 셈 낭네랑 오네 시신도로 마차나 베 미드나 출시 나기로
So
미드나 때야 미기 야고라 베체도 타코 장주 셈버 레도다 삼 라비용 삼비고네 아니 류기 절람라서 버티리제나 디 잠바 뉘 마임바 술취제바 차도 그래서 대단한 마임바 아니 나란조기 셈딩네 셴라 펜버드베기 되바당 아니 대화 되바 코나 코네 아니 잠바리 공부기요레스.
So the mind which is filled with the inspiration to benefit others, bring about their happiness, that's excellent. But once you bring about others' benefit and happiness, but without the expectation of receiving some sort of reward, without having an agenda, feeling like, well, if I help them out now, I'll get something from them later on, they'll have to return. So there's this inspiration is kind of negative in that one is hoping to get something, rather than that, just to act in a selfless way, just simply for their benefit without expecting any kind of return, with one's mind filled with that love and inspiration, expressing loving language with one's speech and engaging in loving conduct with one's body. But this should be how one conducts oneself should be in accordance with what's going on in the inner reality. See, it can happen that, one could be externally pretending to be peaceful and well composed, but internally it's kind of chaotic. So you're acting on the outside like a peaceful bodhisattva engaged in impeccable conduct. But that's rather hypocritical because it's not reflecting the inner reality. There may not be any peace or love inside, and yet one's contriving this action, pretending basically. And this is hypocritical. So that's not in accordance with the teachings. one's conduct should be in integrity with what's going on inside. One shouldn't be fooling anyone. And so to act in a natural way, to be filled with love in your body, speech, and mind, to be fully concerned with the happiness of others, to be loving towards them, to make wishes that they be happy, and contemplating love. This is the way to progress here, not to be hypocritical.
아니 멜란도 보지 잡송아 이나양 아니 나 제와네 제와 체랍네 체랍 탐제도 아니 셈제 시행기 다 타나 아니 법이 공부 찍담라양 수부기 부 찍담질라양 네바 마주르지 냠비기 멜람다 단 네바 마제나 가르치 고기를 펜 톡으로 줄지 냠비거네 야네 야도 아니 멜람다 고기요레스.
So how does this training look in terms of the aspiration prayers that one makes? Well, one makes this aspiration prayer that in all my lives, one sets this aspiration that in all my lives may I be of benefit and not even bring a hair's worth of harm to a sentient being, but rather bring immense benefit to beings. And so one makes this aspiration prayer over and over again, that in this lifetime, in all my lifetimes, may I bring only benefit and never harm any beings.
아니 달래기 채도 뒤다 나바 탐제도 룽아 이스미고네 아니 잠바디 제고 그래스.
So in that manner, towards one's friends and family and all beings, animals and all beings who are pressed and afflicted by the pain of suffering, we generate this heartfelt aspiration that may they all be separated from that suffering that assails them. And may I work towards their benefit with body, speech, and mind filled with love.
아니 대나네자 단다 ngaranzo 아니 ngaranzo라 아니 소소레네 말라 녀지 시켄 소소라 갑주다게 안티 가나신기 아니 셈젠 대다 탐제라양 다 왕연 지킨 라소고 대다 탐제장 갑디 갑라 야와치라 랑 아니 왕차여사 랑 아니 슈여사 덴데라 깨비 갑라 셴라 녀지 제바 셴라 체수 제바 딘디기 아니 레디 민밤 딘디기 레차디 코르기요레스.
So in this manner, one should completely avoid belittling anyone, slandering anyone, scolding them. At this time, when one has, achieved a certain amount of autonomous capability, like we have power to a certain degree, we can do things. We have that freedom. So as long as we have the freedom and the strength, the power to do things, we should utilize that, to benefit others while we actually have that capacity.
디 다다 아니 랑라 토탄 예바 랑라 왕차 예바 랑라 랑왕 유비기 줌센도 제베 거네 셴라 녜주 셰발라 소바체나 안 디기 나민당 디기 레기 왕디 개와 치마라 디 렌차디 코레온베세나 아니 랑양 셴기 텔라 수비고네 아니 랑레 타베기 미데다 탐제기 랑라 녜주 제야다 랑라 왕자야라 소바 딘디 차기요 딘디 단다기 잠바 공명베세나 랑레 메베기 셈젠데다 탐제장 랑레 학바 이냠베기 아디 잠바디 제국이요레스.
Um, so now in this context, in this lifetime, when we have our autonomy, we have a certain amount of power to execute things. We have our individuality. Then it's crucial then at this time that we don't abuse that and criticize others or try to control them and overpower them or anything like that, manipulate them or lie to them, criticize, put them down, anything like that, because this creates the karmic debt whereby at a later time one gets treated like that by people in power. One becomes criticized and controlled and overpowered and so on as a consequence of that. You see, so it's important not to get involved with that sort of behavior, but rather be more loving towards all beings. And in particular, in this training of immeasurable love, it means that all of those beings that are lower than us, in the sense of they don't have as good fortune, the animals and so on, and those humans who are impoverished and so on, those who are suffering, we should have more love for them than we do for ourselves. That's the practice. Not to prop ourselves above beings, but to love them more than ourselves.
아니 제버도양 잠바디 아니 곰나 술을 때니 곰고요메 표현 가수요메 거르데시나 제버 아니 잠바 곰상데 곰사데 랑기 파마당 아니 셴 유링기 내봐 다 자야메바 내 유링고 나니 내봐 유링고 샤샤주저로와 딘데 능아이 숨기 거네 파 펜버제위 체도 아니 곰송와이나 표현 삼기 미셔요 딘데 랑기 파마라야데 다 랑기 파마디 세 다리기 파마치고 마임바 세랍네 세랍기 파마데 탐제기 원도 삼당네 숨겨 딘데 대다 대난데장 유링기 네발라 아니 소소기 잠바곰 총아이나 배연 삼기 미샤버 요레스니 숨요레스
So especially, what are the benefits actually of generating immense love? Especially towards our parents. Our parents by extension is all beings. In fact, it's our parents this lifetime, last lifetime, all lifetimes. Having this love for our parents, and then having concern and love for those who are afflicted with illness, especially long-term illness, where they're sort of bedridden for a long time. If one can dedicate one's body, speech, and mind and feel a love for those beings and wish to benefit them, then the benefit that is derived is beyond measure. This enormous merit is accrued, enormous benefit is accrued by having that loving attitude towards one's parents and those who are sick and so on. And so if one meditates in this way, it becomes limitless. If one practices in this way, the benefits become limitless.
아니 다 대다리 임바디야 조지기 가르숭요레라나 하그링기 쩨보 다 유링기 네바 파마 겐고솔라 잠바 제송아이나 아니 동니 닝지 닝부진 공바당 배엔 세메바 레스데 숭요 다 다른 게 전부라 잡아 라서 공고된 가르라나 다 디자인나 뭐 투자레 남루레 모터레 빼 레러블레로 아무이나 데데메야데 공바자병베세나 라당 라자용베세나 빼 두수이는 부시고 고르기로 데데인데 디솔라테네 아니 잠바고미야 아니 유랭기 네발라 때네 잠바고미야 아니 파마 겐고라 소고라 때네 잠바곰송와이나 안데 동니인지 닝부chen 공바당 아니 개발이 요마레스 배인데 다 대나네 다 동니인지 닝부chen 라인데 닝제나네 닝제 촉도 줄바디 차대기로
So Joel Atija said on one occasion those guests who are coming from far away, and then those who are suffering from long-term illness, and then also our aging, decrepit parents, to have immense love for them, which is the union of compassion and emptiness. That is, emptiness with a heart of compassion. If we express that to those beings, the benefit is beyond limit. So a little commentary here. You know, guests coming from a long distance, we have to realize that in the ancient world, there were no airplanes and trains and so on. So a journey would often involve going over mountain passes and long distances and so on. It was quite a journey in the old days to go by foot. So to have compassion and love for those beings who have to go on this long journey, and then likewise those people who are bedridden from intense illness for a long period, and then also our kind parents who are suffering from old age and decrepitude. If one can have this experience of emptiness with a heart of compassion, that love, then the benefit is immense. You know, the highest expression of bodhicitta is that emptiness with a heart of compassion. That's the supreme expression right there.
하말라 아니 잠바 곰바디 슈침보레 돈이 인구젠레 소이 좀 생각을라나 제버도 아니 파마디 소수기 딱 보고라 제고 제와 치슈 때힌데 수레 파마로 딘디 소소라 제와 치슈 때힌데라 아니 디 아디제 소아이나 안 델라템베코네 아니 니제 딱 돈이 인구젠 차고에 좀 된디 차야 되게 다 딩가라서 미 팔바지고 말이 상기 좀 된데 저버진 송아 있나요? 다 상기 좀 된데기 융기 딜렌 사버제위 체도라 안 타유 숨지 자숨도 타유도 전에 최송어라 알라나 상기 좀 된데기 융디 개월 숨지 자숨라 타유라 개용베서나 디 딜렌기 체도라 아니 상기 좀 된데 타유라 페네 상기 좀 된데기 마 아말라 다 최송버로 융기 딜렌 사비 체도
So this is ideal to have this compassion for one's parents, you know, who are suffering from old age and so on, from their various things that assail them. To have that emptiness that's filled with compassion brings about immense benefit. You know, when one reflects upon the love they expressed, who expressed the most love to us? It's our mother and father in this lifetime. And so one reflects upon that, you know, and that brings forth this feeling of compassion, emptiness. It encourages that burgeoning forth of that. So it's a great thing to do, to remember that, you know, and feel inspired by that. In the story of Lord Buddha Sakyamuni, when Buddha reflected upon the kindness of his mother, he felt inspired to go to the heavenly realm known as the heavenly realm of the 33. It's called the 33 realm. He went up there, he alighted to the heavenly realms because he felt that he wanted to return the kindness of his mother. So he went to the heavenly realm and taught the teachings of the Dharma expressly to teach his mother. It was directed all towards his mother's awakening.
다 디날 가르송여를라나 파미기 딜렌제 시도라 속도 줄버디 최레 최마도 신요 말에 송여 디인디 가르송여를라나 최디 잡아고미디 아니 최차기여로 디디 답에 싸친부인 것이 땡기여 디 파마양 싸친부 레데 파만 디긴 델라타 싸친부 델라 레와파 제라 최지구레스 최디 싸친부인 것이 땡기여 담 베나 파미기 딜렌 사베 체도라 딱부국이 타과 예연라 파마니 켄네 꼬라제나양 파미기 딜렌 제투 마레스 네디 숭요레 산지기 숭대다 탐제나 디 가르진 숭기열을라나 최디 짜치고 임바 다 최디기 아니 파미기 딜렌 삽투기 여바 셴 수지기 삽다 미시비기 빼자고지 샤네 숭바레 디레만도 파미기 부국이 탁발로 파마니 키니 코라수지게 자그마로 잡다 이나야 미시비기 빼지 샤송 디인데 뒤다 나박균도 아니 르다 나다 이기 거네 아니 파미기 샵도 주베야레 디디 카렐라나 또로 쳐라 주리기 탑라 아니 바베야 소소기 아니 최 준리자야 잠바고미야 디디 차디기 레송겨
Um, so how do we return our parents' kindness in a genuine way? It's really through love, by loving them. Love, what is love? Love here actually is equivalent to dharma. Being loving, that's being a dharmic person. That's accomplishing dharma. So it's like we return our parents' kindness by doing dharma, by being loving. And we fulfill their hopes. We fulfill our parents' needs and hopes through the dharma. Buddha said that parents' kindness is so great that we couldn't return it, even if we carried them around on our shoulders and went circumambulating with our parents, mother and father on our shoulders, circumambulating. We wouldn't be able to return the kindness in that fashion. But rather, how we serve our parents and how we better everything is through our body, speech, and mind, strive in the Dharma in a loving way. Meditate on love and strive in your Dharma practice. This is the ideal way to serve your parents and return their kindness. The kindness of giving you a human body, so you utilize it the proper way and strive in progress in the Dharma for their benefit out of love. So meditating on love, that's striving in the Dharma.
아니 디제 디나네양 아니 파만 겐코 속라양 아니 잡바디 곰송와이나 돈이 닌지 닝부진 곰바나 치바레 숭송 대양 가레 구름부제 가르숭여르라나 게바이 이묵 마주 꾸르티 쫑 셰숭바타르 구름부치 가르숭여르 로겐고 아니 소솔레 겐바 소솔레 체와 대다 탐제라 이순두 마죽스 이묵두 마죽스 아니 공마라 공마임바 따셔버 지고 그랬어 게바라 게바임바 따셔버 지고 그래 꾸르디정 대다 탐제 대인데 갈라나 랑레 게바 탐제라 아니 룽아 이승비 거네 잠베기 레지 아니 일라 지테기 거네 아니 샵도 두고 그랬어 근데 숨도스
So, when your parents reach the stage where they're really quite aged, one should reflect upon that and have emptiness with a heart of compassion. Meditate on that. That's equivalent. So having that love and concern for your parents and expressing it, body, speech, and mind, is equivalent to the benefit of that unified meditation of love and emptiness, or the compassion and emptiness. Guru Rinpoche gave advice saying that those who are old, or at least those who are senior to one should recognize their situation. One should have respect for them, their seniority, what they've been through, and demonstrate love in body, speech, and mind. In that way, serve them, be deferential to them, be respectful to them, being loving to them.
아니 뒤에 나네장 잔둘닌 종기 아니 레가디 자친부지 다 제고 간데스베 제고 특송화에 있나양 아니 셈진 찌기 아니 류기 바부 공부라양 아니 네바디 마잘나 아니 다다라랑기 아니 다 대다보 냠비기 짐비기 셈라 네 nebade majalugi dendu rangi semgi gone ta nge parolo neba jigi nyambigi samlo de bet korang malep songa ina ani jambadi rangshingi aleyongwe ta tendrigi jambadi rangshin leyongbe sena sen de la pembatan se chimala ani ngensong leya drowegi tabdi ko rangshingi nyamdo ani chadi geres.
So if one is engaged in some activity, whether it's, you know, trying to tame some situation or overcome conflict or having a family issues and so on, feel that whatever one's engaged in, that one doesn't even want to harm one hair of that person, only bring benefit. It's kind of a mental attitude. If the mind is free from any kind of ill will or any aggravation or wish to harm, in the absence of that harm, actually there's a chance for natural love to emerge from out of that. If there's the absence of negativity, then automatically there will be the presence of that lovingness. And if there's that lovingness, then this life would be benefited and the next life will be benefited. And in fact, that loving attitude guarantees that we've closed the door to the lower realms by virtue of the fact of that presence of love in our mind, closes that door to the lower realms.
다 간다래야 잠베기 레디 레용베 세나 아니 감숨게 semjen 탐제라 르다 나다 이숨기 거네 아니 다 잠베기 레다 당기야 거네 셰임바 잠베 르기 레 잠베 나기 레 잠베 이기 레 네 거네 잠베기 자와델라 아니 라부기요레스.
So at the time when one's engaged in that lovingness towards all beings of the three realms, then it means that one's body, speech, and mind are fully engaged in that. It's fully permeated. And this is what we train in, having loving body, speech, and mind. That's the training right there.
다 덴데게 다 당념데 잠바제 데니 닝제라 힌데 간데더부 공고게요레라나 지당 닝제데 가라도 상말라 요레 미인산에 송데 닝제 메바지 요 말에 상말라 닝제라 힌지 삼로데 요르데 이나양 닝제다 닝제 세명이데 아니 가가요레스.
So we've completed the talk on equanimity and then also immeasurable love. Now let's talk about immeasurable compassion. Compassion in general, though, is something that as a human, we all seem to have compassion. There's some compassion in all beings, some empathy. But the question is there immeasurable compassion? This is different.
다 데인데 닝제데 깨용베스나 당보 닝제 깨탄저보데 간데 숭여레라나 다 동알 잡부기 나르샤죠 동알 첨부지 포데힌 강사지 셈젠시라 미네 삼로 땅송이나 다 덴데기 동알기 네데당 파 데워 데바인 송이나 다 달월 제치기 삼로 지여송이나 다 미파로 동알 잡고 나르데힌데 야나니 정가나 소야 야나니 속 세야라 속 덴데기 아니 다 셴바 셈젠저 보이네 셴베기 둘라 레샤죠 덴데 잡으질라 셈젠들라 동알 잡고네 동아실라 아니 소소기 삼로암 소소기 로율도 삼비 거네 데 덴데기 셈젠디 소소기 세웨 마다 직바임비기 두셰디 케투송아이나 들라 닝제스.
So the way in which one gives rise to immense compassion is by contemplating some scenario where a being is being afflicted by suffering. So one contemplates that, one imagines that in one's mind, and then it brings forth this immense inspiration to free that person. There's a there's a inspiration that wells up from within, which kind of is a wish to extricate, to help free that person from their suffering, whatever is oppressing them. Some being, you can contemplate that some beings in a prison, or somebody got killed, or an animal facing their slaughter. Now, in the case of an animal facing their slaughter, imagine that was your mother, you see? Now this really generates an intense feeling of compassion within, that, oh, my mother reincarnated as an animal and is about to be slaughtered. This kind of compassion needs to be generated.
아니 다팀 나고 포데겐 다산이 세야임바 덴데기 강사치 양나니 다 셴베기 라도 송샤슈기 셈젠지 덴데디 소소이 냠비 셈젠 셴마임바 디디 소소임바 안파 삼로 게토바 제임비기 삼로디 파 유네 다 디디 소소임바 덴가라랑이 냠비기 아니 다 소소라 케나 소소 동을 가서 용거로 덴드기 셈젠데 랑이 임비기 로샤투 비어레스 다 랑이 임비기 로디 샤투 비옴베스나 다 덴드기 셈젠데 반드사야메 갑사야메 짭나 쪼케야 메바지 아니 삼로당 비어레스
So here, imagine that somebody, oneself, imagine that, we were charged and sentenced, now we're going to get punished. It's not the other person, this time it's oneself. If that was oneself receiving the corporal punishment, there's nowhere to run to. There's nowhere to hide. There's no one to protect one. One is completely exposed and going to get punished. What kind of suffering, punishment like execution or any kind of punishment, any kind of suffering, nowhere to run to. This is what many beings suffer from. So if one can identify with it, if one feels like, oh, if that happened to me, how much would I suffer? If I had nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide, but I was going to get punished, I had no protector.
다 디디인데 소소다부지 아니 페샤용 베스니야는 드사메 드모토 야나 남가라 풀고 삼나니 푸르마시 다 덴데 거네 마투네 아니 데샤주기 기직마 델라 아니 첸디 나와 탐제단 달다 따니 벳코란 달도그로 아니 류장 따마 치술리 세 치마라 안데네 도고데 소소기 동할데 미생기 동할데 소소기 영영 베세나 소소 동할 가수의 첨부진 양기도 대 동할데 롱톡도 나오고 거네 아니 양도 삼로 나오고 거네 로장국이어레스
So then in this example, of that being, there's nowhere for them to go. They can't escape. They can't just fly into the sky and be gone. So imagine that's us. We're stuck in that suffering without a chance. Second by second, there's all this fear and anxiety. The appearances of this life, maybe we're dying. The appearances of this life are disappearing. The mortal coil has to be cast aside. The body is cast aside. And where you're going next, we don't really know. There could be more suffering there. There's a lot of trepidation and fear, anxiety. This is not the other being, this is oneself. Turn it to oneself having to face this. That's the mind training there. Immense compassion, for this predicament. Oneself and all beings will then emerge. That's the mind training.
이 데이터비 동알 작별 날샤주기 조아리 죽나 네베 셈젠 탐제 텔라 잉레 제냠베 잉제 다디 다닝지 델라 때네 둥알 델레 다다니도 유라니도 아니 게직니도 둥알 델레 탐나치 마룽냠베 거네 닝제 타고 다 쇠마토베지 아니 시험베서는 소수기 깨용베서는 소수기 류기 바부 네 바부여야도 미네 심마테야라소가 대달 마텐기 버돌라 아니 닝제디 공부여레스.
So in this way, meditate upon the suffering of the beings of the six realms. They're all floundering in this excruciating suffering of this swamp of the six realms. And so by contemplating that and letting that penetrate one's heart, immense compassion arises to the point where you feel like, I need to alleviate this suffering, but now, it won't do later. I have to do it now. This immense, intense, fervent compassion. You develop that to the point where, the hairs on your body are rising up and you're crying, you're shedding tears, of compassion for all beings. That's a measure of success. When one gets to that point, keep training until you get to that point where you're genuinely moved by the suffering and have compassion for all beings.
다 딘데기 닝지리 고명베 세나 소소기 미네 치마 마튕기 버돌라 고명베 세나 닝지 가츠 곰나양 소소나네 닝지 게메 둥알데 당도 렌마투 미네 치마라 소고 마도 송와 예나 가르차기여 데디 닝지 체메바지 차기여 말 닝지 아니 딱과와 차디게 베나 단다디 다 장주셈바남 장주셈바데다 탐지 셴베디 공명베 세나 안디 파루베기 둥알디 소소기 뇽네 소소기 파루베기 둥알디 뇽용베세 둥알 가수 슉첨보 여바 델라테네 둥알 당네 델라테네 아니 장주셈바다 탐지 툭 쇼네 류네 아니 미네 치마 태야라서 봐 여러와 딘데 마차기 봐도 공국이여레스.
So basically, when we should train in this compassion, immense compassion for all beings, until the point where we're shedding tears. If you're still indifferent and the suffering of others doesn't move you, and you're only occasionally moved by a little bit of compassion, it's not thoroughgoing. That's what's known as momentary flaky compassion. That's not the full compassion of the Bodhisattvas. The compassion of the Bodhisattvas is such that however much somebody is suffering around them, they're able to assume that's suffering. If they actually feel it, that they assume it in their being, and they themselves will start crying. That's an indication that they're assuming the suffering of others. To that point, don't be there kind of indifferent, impervious to the sufferings of others and not moved at all. But train until you have a genuine, authentic feeling of compassion for all beings to the point where you're crying.
아니 대나네 다 나가무기 장주선바다 탐제다 나란저기 통요 말에 제요 말에 지단기 로지 잠제 레테 이나야 딩산디스이네 베나가란조다 잠불링 대나라 케다 예샤주 라 자와르무시 저버시 삼루타나 공기 똥니다 닝제데 빼 공기 예송구도 디 고명베세나 공기 까체 숭용베스 닝제고네 직 숭용베세나 공빼 슝루도 디인데 상다 셈제 버르비기 둥알당 아니 강알데 소소기 랜드고요. 데이터고 보고요. 이제 셈에바데 겁나?
What's that? We have these stories of these great bodhisattvas from the past who were ideal examples of how to conduct oneself. And we haven't met them, but who we're conversant with and a modern example would be His Holiness Dalai Lama. He really embodies this union of compassion and emptiness, emptiness with a heart of compassion. When His Holiness Dalai Lama talks about compassion, and the predicament of all sentient beings, he's so thoroughly identified and feeling, his empathy is such that he immediately can feel the suffering and pain of all beings, he actually starts to cry as he gives these instructions. That demonstrates the power of compassion within him.
안 데레제네 다 닝게디 아니 고명 베스나 삼로디 가 탈라 감좀 셈젠 탐제 남게 가샵기 셈젠기 차바 셈젠 데다 탐제 가와 차바니 레단 둥알기 차바 아니 레단 둥알 코나라 쮸네 데데긴 셈젠 데다 탐제라 닝레제세 다디 셈젠 수레라나 로아르두 소소게 레난기 둥알 박샤 탐제 달네 안 땡기 대화 조비 산제지고 하는 거지 톰나 치 마롱 냠베 거네 아니 인지디 공부기요레세
So, what's the mentality that we should adopt when meditating on immeasurable compassion? Well, we should contemplate that sentient beings of the six realms permeate space. As much as space as there is, that's permeated by sentient beings. And wherever there are sentient beings, there is karma and there is suffering. So that karma and suffering also pervade space. So, who are these sentient beings? Well, they're those beings of the six realms. Beings of the six realms are conditioned and under the influence of their karmic vision of that realm that they embody. So there's the animal vision world and human vision world. That karmic vision, they'll find themselves inhabiting that. And so it's immeasurable compassion is such that it directs its attention towards liberating those beings out of their suffering onto the level of lasting happiness. The lasting happiness of precious Buddhahood, unsurpassed precious Buddhahood. This is where we direct our attention so that all those beings floundering in their karmic vision in different realms will all eventually awaken to that level. That's what great compassion brings about.
데인데 랑주기 딕딕 정할라양 닝질을 하고 요 말이스 아니 내가 나신기 다 퍼르부기 아니 자둘이야 아니 퍼르부기 디제체 둘라양 닝질을 하고 요 말이스 근데 숨요레스 베나 산지 좀 된데 육가와 제용베세나 뒤기 추를 때용베세나 뒤기 천자라서과 준룰라서과 때용베세나 아니 준룰디 뒤다 개발 메나양 상겔라 네바께 마투베디 가리요rel라나 콩라 체지 투묵마 임바 닝제 여바 델라 때네 뒤기 콩라 토자 마투바레스.
In fact, there's no more efficacious way to purify one's mind stream than great compassion. Great compassion will purify the negativity and also the obscurations. It's the preeminent way to swiftly purify one's mind stream. Likewise, the best way to conquer external enemies is through great compassion. There's no better way. You can see this in the story of the life story of Lord Buddha Sakyamuni. At that time when he was engaged in austerities, those 6 years of austerities, it culminated at a point where he was about to achieve liberation, but then Mara with his armies showed up. And it's rather than just Buddha's miraculous power conquering the Maras, it was more that the Buddha's immense compassion had was at greater play there. His compassion was so immense that the weapons that were flung by Mara turned into flowers. So everything was pacified by the power of Lord Buddha's immense compassion.
아니 대나네 소소기 이담길 하줍나야래 소소기 라마 줍나야래 간다리안타 닝지 델레 하바치 요마르스 닝지께 마투나 둑둑게 요마르 베나 통메 아니 자섭 잠바 공부로 주니 버도 줍송아이 나야 아니 공기 세제 투표 말 탈 아니 공기 자섭 잠보 공부기 아니 다 준조 민저 가질 때 나야 공기 세제 투표 말 가르라나 공기 닝지게 마투브레 자섭 통매기 아니 탈다 자섭 잠보 공부디 키기 아마 다 수보라 마테네 부잡조지 딜라 트위엄베세나 된 자섭 잠보 통매기 아니 키딜라 다 키디 안 부상와 된대진 뜬송와 이나니 부시도사레스 디 마시나니 키딜라 안 동알 셈메바시 용구도 삼베코네 지제 디제메네 콩닝제 깨네 믹좀제네 제지 다용베스나 할 제데 살라통 된대직 다ян데 된 자서 잡아 공부 제버스 데데 소닝제데 차데게스
It's even great compassion is even greater than accomplishing the deity or even accomplishing the Lama. In fact, you can't accomplish deity or Lama without great compassion. So it's utterly an integral part of the whole path. There's no better practice than compassion. We can see in the life story of Asanga, Asanga on his quest to enlightenment was supplicating Maitreya Buddha, the future Buddha, Maitreya. And in his quest to meet Maitreya, he encountered many miracles that were generated by Maitreya, but he never actually met Maitreya. It was only on one occasion when Maitreya manifested as a dog that was suffering from a wound that was being consumed by maggots. It was on the side of the road. And there was this dog suffering immensely, and he realized, that if he just tried to pluck the maggots out, it would kill the maggots. But then again, he was witnessing this dog having immeasurable suffering, so that elicited an immeasurable compassion in him. So he closed his eyes, in his with his good intentions, he wished to, pluck out with his tongue the maggots from the dog's wounds, in a gentle way. But when he closed his eyes and put his tongue out to remove the maggots, his tongue hit the dust. There was no dog there; it was just a Maitreya. But it was that moment of immense compassion that was the catalyst, that was the big transformer. It wasn't all those other instances where he saw the miracles of Maitreya. It was really rather that act of supreme compassion that made all the difference. That purified him completely, and he was able to see Maitreya after that moment of immense compassion.
데인데다 년 단다 년 아니 전술의 인제 검진이 아니 가시야 잡상 강의지를 가시 강관 나이지를 가시 당체지를 스타레스지쇼스.
And then Rinpoche is having an episode of immense compassion right now as he witnesses you. He's feeling there's an intense need to go to the toilet, or maybe the knees are in pain and the legs need to be stretched, or maybe you're getting tired. So Rinpoche, out of his compassion, is offering us a little break here.
Thank you.
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay, 15 minutes. Good stretching.
I know we'll only have a short amount of time when we get back. Some people are asking if you would do questions, some
Yeah.
people have questions, so you could just look at me when you're ready, right, just, right?
Okay.
Okay, so we'll include it in this.
Yeah.
Session, okay.
Coffee, tea. Okay, a little bit. Yeah.
Single espresso?
Yeah. That's good. 미간 동네 이게 야, 이 양도 저 페이스 도장해. 또
Those of you online, I hope you heard, there's a.
신분단계는 신분이
신문 검색하죠.
Mara is samadhi, isn't it?
Everybody will be gathering in, so we'll be with you in a moment. Welcome everybody online. We are back.
Okay, now we all joy. Tashiba, gawa yukor di mates shigin, sehtini sama pe nawaki wujin derojes.
So now we're at the fourth immeasurable joy. So now we're expecting everyone to give rise to immense joy and continue that way.
Tadi gawa di komyong bet sena, ani samlo tang tang di, kandi drobuchila, ani gawa se labier lamna, ani ta kayang rungwa, semjen kayang rungwa, rik thombo inayanta, rik memba inayanta, ani ta penjor nga thang, la soba tensha jo, pena thorigi yulna, deshin, kiba, seringwa, kormawa, longje dan tenbashi, ani migyu du chebe samlo tangni kone, kombo gyores.
So with this meditation on immeasurable joy, whichever being, no matter who they are, high or low, rich or poor, whatever, we imagine that they have all the joys of like a heavenly world. You know, they've got good friends, they've got prosperity, they've got an excellent situation, long life, full of joy, abundance. All of that is present there. And now you're feeling immense joy that these beings have that.
Inde, tadi gawa di komyong be sena, densem dang, chakdo mebaji kogyor. Kandirela na, harubugi mindela, ta penjor chupuji nayang re, kangba mongoye nayang re, modrazi buji tang nayang, o kokorang tsosa jugi tebu re, sambe kone gawa komya, tila chado kaya meba. Diga nashingi parubugi mi zikbu bumun zema kazu tongsongwa inayang dila tensim na chado mebi tohne korang tso sasha jogi tegure sambe koni gawa kumya dende jin kumbu gyoris.
So with regards to immeasurable joy, it should be free of any kind of competitive attitude or jealousy and envy. That should be missing. So if you're contemplating that someone has immense wealth, they got a wonderful house, they got a great car, instead of feeling competitive or jealous, one should feel like, oh, this is great. They've got all this prosperity, they got a wonderful car and a house. This is all from their merit. This is because they accumulated good karmas before. And rejoice, feel joy in that. Likewise, if somebody's really good looking, maybe better looking, talented, and so on, prosperous, instead of trying to compete with them and feeling jealous of them, reflect upon the fact that they're experiencing all of this, lots of talent and good looks and so on, due to their merit, and rejoice in it. Feel like, oh, that's amazing. They're so beautiful and fortunate and capable. They got wonderful karma. How wonderful.
다 딘디기 토네 가와 곰바 쌈지 마임바 다 랑양 대당 아니 냠버 쇼세 또
맞아.
아도 메비 토네 다롱 딜레장 콘솔라다 겐도 타다미 고항 대가 나신기 아니 첼라 체와 메바 셰랍 체와 주너 론제 편좀 속바 단 덴버 쇼 딜레장 학버 덴버 쇼지 선비고네 아니 말람데 잡고요레스
Not only that, we should reverse that kind of competitive and jealous trend and go deeper into the joy, Like, may they even have more joy, and may I also partake of that too. One can join in. May I also have that also, along with them. May they're doing really well now, but may they do even better. May their joy rival the godly realms, the joys of the heavenly realms. May they have even an increase in their intelligence and their prosperity, their merit, their wealth. May that even flourish even more. And may I also partake in that too. So it's not diminishing, but it's an expansion of joy. It's joy is flourishing.
아니 코치고 마임바 콜라데다 예바데라 차도다 텐센 메비 토네 셈진 셴데다 탐제장 다 강바 메데긴 가 메데긴 데디 참데긴 데다 탐제장 코단 냠버쇼 롱주 코단 냠버쇼 시지 코단 냠버쇼 딜리 코네 코단 냠나 지 마루 냠베기 가와디 아니 양네 양도 곰보기레스
So not only we're not having a competitive attitude about or feeling jealous and envious about the good fortune of others, their prosperity, their talent, their good looks, but we're not just making aspirations and having joyous feelings about that one person, but we can extend that to all beings. May all homeless people have a home. Those who are wandering, may they not have to wander anymore, but get stabilized. May there be even more brilliance, more charisma, more prosperity, and over again, generate this joy over and over, extend that joy out to all beings.
다 텐데기 가와디 컨디더버지 제고그레라나 당보 나라서 고미용베스나 술라테니 공고기요레라나 소소기 가와케사기 율렐라보지라 삼로당고기요 양 소소기 달라 삼로타나 가웨기 율레 렐라보지 케투마로 다디야 보요 코디야 보요마쇼라 칼야보로
맞아.
디마인디 가와케사기 율리 소소기 가사 소소기 아니 파마 소소기 부구 다 딘딜라 아니 콜라 연된다 디기다 딘디 예베 델라테네 미그네 공고기요레스
So initially, how do we generate immense joy for all beings? Well, we have to start with something that's easy access, something that's achievable. Wishing for joy initially right from the get-go for your enemies is that's a challenging thing. May my enemy be really happy. right out the gate, that's a challenge. But what's easy, and what's more accessible to us is our parents, those we like, our children, our friends, So we're already starting from a soft spot. We already have lots of empathy, so it's easier to create joy for those who are close to us. So we start there. And may my parents, may my children, may my friends, experience immense qualities and happiness and joy. May they be prosperous and so on. May everything work out for them and they be happy. So we start with that.
다 된대기 가와디 켈레라 슈디 소소기 파마다 비자인디 다 딜레 테제 다 링즈여 데힌 바르마디 아니 소소기 다 모셰바레 소소기 김상레 아니 대다 탐젤 다스 딘주 탐젤라 때네 가와디 공부비어레스.
So we start with what's easiest, what's easy access, what will flourish the most. So that's typically our parents or our children. Those are closest to us. But then we broaden that joy, to include more distant family members or distant friends, our society around us in general. Stretch out the parameter of that joy so it encompasses, incorporates more beings into it. So we start with the easy and then we extend outwards.
이네 소소기 가와디 께 투비알라 깔레 각슈데 수레라나 랑라 네바지 데힌게 자 랑라 아니 랑게 차도 깨사기 율 뭐 딘줄라 때네 아니 가와디 곰나 아니 셴데다 탐제 아니 가곰투송와 있나 셴 표좀 속와 라 차도당 미세비기 로 녜바데 아니 싸와니마 빵 싸와니마 육샤 투그레스 딘데 네 대와단 뎀베기 차탐젤라 가와 체버도 곰네 다미과 메병알라 냠버샤야들라 아니 가와 체메스.
So the hardest and the most challenging one to rejoice in and feel joy about are those enemies who directly harm us. That's rather challenging. But if one can have joy even there without feeling envy at their successes and so on, their talents, their good looks and all of that, then this is radical. This is a radical joy. This is transformative. It's excellent. If one can appreciate the excellent situation that others are experiencing, without feeling challenged, without feeling impoverished inside, but celebrate and to rejoice in that, then to have joy in their success, then that's excellent. One's negative qualities will go into diminishment, will be diminished, and one's good qualities will be uplifted by that. It'll be empowering to one's good side. And then to have joy for them and then all beings. And then to finally, in that meditation session, when one is cultivating joy, to remain in a state of immense joy, but free of any kind of reference point. That's at the end of a session of meditating on joy. It should be free of any kind of reference point, but just joyousness with no self or other identification.
아니 데 나네장 가와 라헨디 고아페 레라보 삼로페 레라보진 땅송와 있나 가와 라헨디 가르렐라나 차도 메비기 로질라 샤고 다 덴데기 차도 메비기 로데 탑 넘버 나소베 고네 로장네 차도기 로 녜바디 줄라 아니 미기웨기 줄라 미제기 아니 탑라 양네 양도 베젠 제바들라 아니 가와스.
So it's quite a simple thing, really, to define what joy is. There's an easy access understanding there, and that is a mind free of any kind of envy and jealousy. Mind free of envy and jealousy will bring forth joy. But we need to find different methods to reduce our jealousy and envy of others. And the Dharma is filled with these methods, so we need to make use of those methods to reduce our jealousy and envy. We need to work at, there's an expression here, the rising of the bad wind of jealousy. It's a bad wind, right? An emotion on some negative pranas. We're expediting some negativity there, right? So that's jealousy. So we need to strive at reducing that, diminishing the bad wind of jealousy.
아니 대나네 제버도 제세 장주 셈바데다 탐제 셈젠 탐제기 된도로 아니 셈게 용베 세나 셈젠 데다 탐제 대화던 조베 산지 고방 토베 체돌라 제세 장주 셈바데다 탐제라 타도 당연심 여러 별나네 요말 본솔라 타도 당연심 주네 메레 셈젠 탐제 대화 토바라 쇼치 냠베기 가와 톱난 가와 쇼치 냠베기 닝제 덴데 여레 마토베기 아니 콘솔라 텔라 셈젠 탐지 산지지 고방 톱나 안데라 타도 깨야다 년심 깨야 근데 여러분은 근데 요마 뒤에 송아이나 장주 셈비기 셈디 자기 요마 뒤인데 소 장주 셈바디 조베 산지지 고방은 부지 토베야 땅 아니 내가 면도 하야 하다미 고방 토베기 줄을 규주기 주들라 아니 샤고 요레스.
So for the Bodhisattvas, the heirs of the Buddhas, the prince and the princesses of the Buddhas are the Bodhisattvas. For them, it's simply the wish that all beings achieve enlightenment. There's not a molecule of envy there or jealousy or competitiveness. They are simply motivated by that empathy and that wish to liberate all beings. So they're permeated by compassion and joy. They don't have not a particle of negativity enters their mind stream because they're simply motivated to benefit beings. They're inspired by that. So they have compassion and immense joy for all beings. And their wish is that they attain Buddhahood. So if you're wishing for beings to attain Buddhahood, that eliminates the jealousy right there. There's no jealousy when you're wishing for beings to get liberation of Buddhahood. And then it's not only just the ultimate liberation, but in the interim, in the short term, those bodhisattvas have the wish that in the short term that beings enjoy the joys of humans and gods, and then ultimately awaken to Buddhahood.
아니 라랑기 도와르족 라랑 소소기 레당 여몽비 왕기 레기 왕기 아니 가시 연된 중세야 톱샤죠 가시 벤저 중세야 톱샤죠 딜라 아니 가란조 타도기 고네 아니 미게와기 아니 셈게왕 덴데기 깨샤라 초지요 말레스 덴데 갈디스바 랑주디 타도기 레 친체라 아니 생기 연된데 남양 통금 말해스 디인데 가르시게레 단다 랑기 쳔디 리우잠 지연나야 통금 말해스 생기 연된데 충종 지연나양 아니 동그레스는 셰여랑 대나신 랑기 줄라 차도기 레서나 아니 생기 연된데 남양 통투 말해스.
So one has to see that individually, if one's under the influence of this negativity or not, it could be that any being they don't even have to do much. A little bit of good karma, the power of that can uplift them, their life situation to the point where they've got plenty of prosperity and so on. And this is all stemming from whatever little virtues they may have accumulated, that will work. But if one is personally filled with jealousy and envy, one won't see the qualities of others. One won't see them, and one won't rejoice in that what one doesn't see. One won't see the others' talents and their merits and their whatever qualities they have. One will not discern them because there's envy and jealousy. but rather because there's so much envy and jealousy, one projects negativity on others. One will see, even if one has faults the size of a mountain, one doesn't see them, and yet there's a speck of something impure in someone else, one that gets highlighted, and then one's being very critical of that. That's jealousy. That's envy. You see, so it's important to overcome that pettiness of jealousy and envy and rejoice in others.
다 산지기 숭레 라마 남베기 숭나네 가르 숭여레 라나 차도 쟁기 강산 델라 산지 뉴스 전나양 젠투 마레스 젠뉴 마레스 투비 마레스마 젠뉴 마레스 칼라나 랑주 차도기 레용데 셴기 연데 메테용 베세나 라마 델라 데바타나 게 투비요 마레 라마 델라 데바타나 게 마투나 라미기 진라도 주투 마레 데인데 산지 뉴스 전나양 야 젠투 마레 라인 디차기요 데인데 산지 뉴스 전나양 연된디 부zam지 통계요마 페나 상기 샤슈비 갑라 따카레 딜해진 마레베 상기기 연된라 산제당 케버치네 요마르 폴라 데인디 산제라 데바다나 치네 게토비요 마레 데인디 호 산지지 고방 톱토요 마르 치수만 가르라나 상게라 젠셈당 타도겐 만정이 연된라 케버치네 요마레 민삼로 제부 여담에게 개발치 부지레스 그런 델라테네 차도나 덴심게 덴데젠된 하디게 덴데 산징게스 젠나양 아니 페송아 있나양 덴투 마레스 라고비 중zen디 투디게스
So the Buddha has said, and also the Lamas have reminded us, that if you have jealousy, not even the Buddha can lead you. Even if you were to meet the Buddha, living Buddha, be in the Buddha's presence, if there was jealousy within, there's no way that the Buddha could lead you, because jealousy and envy preclude the possibility for devotion and pure vision to arise. They kind of eclipse that. If there's envy and jealousy and the lack of faith and pure vision, then how can one receive a blessing? There's no blessing then. The blessings have been inhibited. And so likewise, so this is why it would be ineffective to meet the Buddha if one was jealous. It wouldn't have any effect on one. Just like at the time of Lord Buddha, his cousin Devadatta had a kind of a derogatory view of the Buddha, kind of feeling that the Buddha was just like him, that the Buddha and his qualities were equivalent, and because of that, he didn't give rise to intense devotion or pure vision. He would just sort of dismiss the Buddha's qualities and say, well, besides the fact that he's got this curl, this supu, it's this special sign of the Buddha between the eyes, he's got that usnisa, and then also he's got an aura around his body. Other than that, we're the same, Buddha and I are the same. And so he wasn't able to achieve Buddhahood despite the fact that he was near a Buddha, because it was prevented by his jealousy and his lack of pure vision.
데인데 상계기 연대 마통 송아이나 상계라 데바키 투마레 갈라나 나랑도 상마 당게 단다 상계 좀 된들라 데바 가르진 레기여라나 공기 연대 공기 단다 숭샤주기 연대 공기 나죠 연대 딜라 때네 당화 준비고네 아니 데바키기여로 데인데 데바 마게 송아이나 투지단 진랍도 주고 말레스 투지 진랍기 뇌도 룽게요 디 마룽 용베 세나 아니 다 상기기 다 꿈치 충와 아니 길롱 레베카르 마르베 디앙 상기다 냠도 가서 슈나양 혼라 당아 상기기 빈체 충와레 삼비기 차도 당 아잘리비 좀zen 딜라 때네 아니 데바케요 마르 데바마기 용데 아니 진랍디 죽투기요 마르 디 콜라 가르진 데바마게레 콜라 차도 유비 닌심 요바 진심 요바 텔라데니 중요 인디 좀 된데라 아니 대바 중세 아니 게마 둡송와이나 아니 템베 중도 내나양 둘리기 탑이요 말이스 드르송요
So if one doesn't see the qualities of the Buddha, there's no way to give rise to faith in the Buddha because one doesn't see the qualities. And that's the case of these characters who were in the presence of Buddha, didn't see his qualities, so they weren't affected. They didn't have faith. We on our part, though, we know about the qualities of the Buddha. We look at the teachings. We can see that the Buddha was an enlightened being. We've understood this quality, so now we can give rise to faith. Knowing the qualities means you can have faith. If you have faith and devotion, then you're open to the responsive compassion of the enlightened beings, and you will then receive their blessings, right? Their blessing waves, chinlap. Otherwise, failing that, it's not a conducive situation, actually, to have that jealousy and that derogatory vision. Doesn't go anywhere. That would be like a Buddha's other relative, Lekpe Karma. Actually means auspicious star. I can't remember his Sanskrit name, but his name is auspicious star. And he was filled with, this kind of competitive attitude towards the Buddha, being a relative, and he was jealous. And so that sort of prevented his faith from arising, So it's said that even in the presence of the Buddha, if there is envy, then there's no way that the Buddha can tame one to help transform one's mind stream if there's that impediment of jealousy and the lack of faith.
인디 다 딘데게 차도가 젠셈디 유송와이나 아니 랑라양 네 미셴라양 미펜 미셴달라 팽이 말 갈라나 소속이 차도다 젠셈 제샤주디 콜라간 구시네기 말 소솔을 내기름 딘디 뒤딱도 차도다 젠셈디 아니 파 매바지 곰송와이나 랑라양 아니 펜 셴라양 미네 데리고네 차용베 세나 뒤 준도 타도도 데즈니 바방고기요레스 디 마방송와이나 데메 랑이 틱바사야레 마도바기 아니 레가지요 마레스
So if the presence of jealousy or competitiveness, it just simply hurts oneself, and it brings no benefit for the other. So at all times, in all situations, try your best, endeavor to reduce jealousy and competitiveness. And then in the absence of jealousy, then there's benefit for oneself automatically. And then the consequence of that also is that one doesn't hurt anyone. So we should really be vigilant at all times not to give rise to jealousy and envy. See, this envy and jealousy are such that you can make a lot of negative karma without having to do anything at all. You can effortlessly make lots of karma, negativity, without really having to work hard for it, just by the presence of jealousy. So one loses out.
인디 뒤따도 아니 셴라 릭당 수당 노르라 소파 대가나신기 퇴비 연된 라소파 튠진 가수지 저러와 대삼지 인탁보거니 아니 가와군 대당 대따불라 연된당 저러와쇼 연된당 덴버쇼 냠비 예나 나치 가 냠비기 가와디 뒤당 남버균도 아니 소속이 곰거야 로아 아니 신 심전 탐제양 코단 냠버 쇼지 냠비고네 아니 야 코단 냠버 중나가 냠비기 가와 곰거야디 아니 샤요 말레스 디다 남버기도 가와 곰고 그랬더니
So So at all times, it's important that, people with a great family, a hot body, lots of wealth, lots of qualities, very intelligent, lots of harmonious factors coming together to uplift their life. And you observe that from the bottom of your heart, feel great joy for that when you see that. That's an immense practice. In fact, wish that they have even more, get more qualities, more of that, And in this way, you meditate on joy. Keep that going. Make that translate to all beings. May all beings and myself experience these wonderful qualities and they have immense joy. So put oneself in there, and all beings, may they all have experience of wonderful qualities and then rejoice in that.
나 된대기 세메 시부에 아니 잔추기 셈 신이바 아랑기 줄라 아니 계획이 주 만너와래 된대기 줄라 계획이 주 만너와디 아니 시대장 줄라 마게기 바르도 소소기 아니 냠뇽 말립기 바르도 소소라 용화 마중기 바르도라 아니 양네 양도 공부그래스.
So with these 4 immeasurables, practice them, because one then becomes the definitive bodhisattva, the essential, bodhisattva, the exemplary one, without anything missing. The fundamental causes are there for bringing forth realization in an unerring way. So keep training in the 4 immeasurables until it's an intimate part of your experience, until you have until they're really operative, until they're really blossoming within you and you're experiencing in a direct way over and over again. Do the training, meditate on the 4 immeasurables.
아 된대기 세메 시부디 덴수 도르두송와이나 곧 레라부진 락송와이나 세메 시라 인데 컨디더부질 샤고 그럴라나 삼바 상고식라 샤고 그래 디인데 뒤다 남바 탑제도 아니 삼바 상고 코나라 라고 그래스.
And really to essentialize the 4 immeasurables in an easy way, they all of those are embodied by just being simply a kind person with a good mind, good-hearted, kind person. That's the guideline right there. By doing that, we're accomplishing the 4 immeasurables.
다디 삼바 상고 제데 빼 레라고 레도 다 삼라나 디양 삼바 상고 디양 당뇽 공고네 삼바 상고 고그르 삼바 상고면은 당뇽기 델라 쓰기 말해 닝제 델라야 삼바 상고 고그여레 가완 델라야 삼바 상고 고그르 잠바 델라야 삼바 상고 고그르 삼바 상고면은 딘디 끼게 호랑 말어.
So is having a good mind and a kind mind, a good heart, is that easy? Well, it's conducive. It's conducive to everything. If you're meditating on equality, you actually need the good mind, the kind heart as a basis for that. Right? So it's conducive for developing equality. If you want to have compassion or love, generate lots of love, you have to have a good mind, a good heart as the basis for generating that. Likewise with compassion and joy. So this all works together. So it's kind-heartedness, good heart, good mind is the fundamental ingredient necessary for these 4 immeasurables to really prosper in one's mind stream.
인데 뒤다 남바 탐제도 삼바 상보들라 랍고에디 게침부지레 데 임바디양 상게기 아니 숭 도딘즈나 가르숭여레라나 삼바 상나 아니 사당 람양 상세 삼바 녜나 아니 사당 람양 녜스 데인데 탐제 삼바 달라 라레베 따도 삼바 삼바 베버자스 데 숭여레스.
And so at all times, we should be inseparable. We should have this kind heart, this good mind. Lord Buddha in the sutras has said on one occasion, if one's attitude and one's thinking is negative, then the paths and the levels will be negative. If one's mentality is positive, then the paths and the levels will be positive. Since everything depends solely on that good mind, at all times strive to have a good mind.
인데 뒤따도 담바성보 코나라 랍나 다 대랑 라 냠낸 제송와이나 센데리양 삼베된 탐지 신도주 아니 가르초게 하남게 숨 산제단 장주 셈바 탐지 징게라 아니 가레 제송와이네 개와니도 주로 아니 치마 타담이 고파야 도 타르도 안 조베 산제지 고파야 근도 주그레스
So at all times, one should be vigilant about having a pure mind, a good heart, a good mind. In essence, if one has a good mind, one will accomplish what one's intentions are in this lifetime. Whatever one wishes to achieve will be achieved. All of those beings who protect the white path to enlightenment will protect one. Those are the gods and the different spirits and protectors and so on that are protecting righteous path. They will protect one. One will receive the blessings of the Buddhas. One will achieve naturally infinite merits. And then in the interim, one will have the joys of humans and gods. And in the long term, there will be ultimately achieving Buddhahood. This all stems from having a good heart.
인데 삼바 딩엔 삼바 삼보데 줄라 마케 아니 칸에다 네 시부지 냠네 지기 수초이 지기 스카스 삼로 땅송와 있나양 아니 기위기 줄라 차이마 삼바 성고 메연데 코 타도당 텐심 요원도 차도스 타도당 텐심 요원도 레 가리 레송와 있나양 디바레만도 개와지 차이요마 인데 뒤따도 랑게 삼바 성고 제거에디 개차되기 개첨부 차되기 인데 따도 랑기 줄라 딱신 제비 거네 아니 삼바 상보 게 람라 라비아 삼바 상보기 아니 랍자데다 탐제 아니 뒤진도 냠낸 제거에 되게 전부 차되기 어레스
So with the negative mind, there is no birth of bodhicitta, no birth of goodness with that negative mind. Even one might think I do all these dharma activities and so on, but they will come to naught. They will not fruition. Lots of activity, but there's a negativity at the core. Nothing will come of it. Anything that is touched by competitiveness and touched by envy and jealousy, it renders that activity kind of negative, no matter what it is. Everything gets touched by that negativity and kind of corrupted by it. So at all times, one should review one's being to see if there's that there, and get rid of it, and then replace that with a good-heartedness, that kindness. And in this way, you train in the path, and then you follow that in the instructions, which encourage, you to be a kind person, a good-hearted person. And this way, things will unfold in a good way.
고토 등에 장주 셈비게 랍자 delaya 멤베 랍자다 주베 랍자스 멤베 랍자 delaya 안 세메시 공부를 했는데 다 세메시 거르시나 다 둔라진 셰데는 좋아요 말했어 인데 단다 돌들 잠지 안다리 세메시 거르디 슈바인스
So if we recollect at the beginning of this teaching, Rinpoche established what the structure was going to be. When he introduced the bodhicitta, he mentioned that there was the aspiring bodhicitta and then the engagement bodhicitta, right? So now we've talked about the aspiring bodhicitta, which is encouraged by the four immeasurables. That's what causes the flourishing of that aspiring bodhicitta. Of course, if we were getting into details and talking extensively about love, joy, compassion, equanimity, and so on, then that would take weeks and weeks. So Rinpoche has, condensed it, essentialized it for our benefit, giving us this brief explanation on the four immeasurables.
ane de nane jang sembe shi kor de ma she de jowa so so gi nyamlen je de ge chimbu cha de ge res.
And then, of course, even more important than speaking about the four immeasurables and knowing about them is to actually implement them in your practice, to engage in the four immeasurables.
Tene da chidang sangi gi ane da choshe gi lerim drabu te tenzin namsum kor de di kor de re de inde chidang kasangi ma chaptra nala da sangi ni gang drabu ji she yor de ina yang ane yang e disi tes ya ma chebu cha ins.
That's
Da mo Steveni phaji sangma la mesis tang yu jires.
So then that completes the four immeasurables. So tomorrow Rinpoche will teach on the three meditative absorptions, or the three samadhis. That's on the program tomorrow. At a previous time, it was planned for all day, but Rinpoche had to adjust that due to certain time constraints and so on. So Rinpoche believes that Stephanie sent the message to everybody informing them that tomorrow is really half a day or half a teaching day, not the full day.
De inde da nima chega amayimba chano zanya nima ningang ane Beijing takalo shoshi shuni dona yang ane shuna digres kalan ane konda ibini chu sumba ne chen magi la lama rizin dubi gi tsewang ji ane toko tenzo ji ya ma chin ji ya che res de leong na digres keyo mares.
But there could actually be Dharma all day tomorrow. If you join in at 3 p.m., Rinpoche's going to offer the long life empowerment according to Rigdzin Dupa. That is the totality of the knowledge holders practice. That will be happening tomorrow at 3.
Inde ta rizin duba ti sangmai ha ko we jire ha mo yin su ji mare longjin ning di na ne ane ta tsa sum na ne lama rizin duba ti zo di cha de ge guru rumbu chi gi ane nyamlen de cha de ge yore ta di ko ne ane wang yore chewang yore de inde sangi ding chewang de ma pye yins.
So we're all pretty probably familiar with this practice of Rigdzin Dupa. It's part of the Longchen Yingtik cycle, and it's connected to the accomplishment of the 3 roots. And so this is the accomplishment of the guru root, the Lama in the form of Guru Rinpoche. So Rinpoche will give the empowerment and also the long life empowerment from that practice. Sorry for all of those who are trying to join online. Sorry for that. That might be challenging. So that completes the teaching for today. Now Rinpoche will open it up for questions. There's probably a few questions.
So people were coming to me with questions for Rinpoche. So I give everybody the opportunity to just stand up and speak really clearly for Eric. And if he cannot hear you, I will condense your question into 5 words. Boom. No, you could even step up here if you'd like. If you don't have a voice that really projects over here, we'll make sure that Eric can hear you. And before we start the Q&A, I just want to make sure that everybody in the room knows tomorrow at 3 o'clock, it's in Elmhurst, Queens. Okay, it's not here. So I think everybody received all that information, but we'll end here at 12. Everybody can have a little lunch, and then we'll make a caravan over to Queens with however many people have cars. We'll try to accommodate. And again, sorry, online people, unless you want to fly in. Question. Yes, please. And watch your step too. Yeah.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me, Eric?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Hello, Bishay. My question is from earlier in the day where we talked about cherishing others more than cherishing yourself. My question is about actually that leading to burnout, pain, sometimes disease and illness, especially in a society where most people do the opposite, and especially in a society like ours where there are systems set up to exploit people for their kind-heartedness. Thank you.
They say do da kasa Shandon da nga kasa Shanda le nga le lakba drabu chik sigi dua chanju samba Shandon nga ki tanda le lakba yin samne ra Shandon drubya de ra pensam kitone Shandon chi drub yin yang mo say do tam samba zambo gi me tenzu they burnout second chi yore da kasa leka mangtane Shandon shata cha shana ra menkangi amchi 이만 인강 샌든 룹데 데이도아 이는 감상 제니 코랑게 탕제네 우크감 탕제라 디카체고레 세이도 다 누파조야 라다 코너스 누파 시라 멘케 데니 감상 제니 데 누파 차상조 콘조 탕제 우감 라데니 베 냥데이도아 데 케잡 다니 레가데 베 칼리카푸투 칙 랍데이도아 데 마요야 기체도 가르치고레스 마냠 마드라야기 라
다치다 다다 장주 셈바 라힌데 단다 장주 셈베기 연된 장주 셈베기 개주 셰용 베세나 다 랑된 벳 코랑 삼로 마탱 마당긴 거니 셰데기요레스 단다 베자당 텐존나네 셰용 베세나 코랑 장주 셈바 nga마기 삼로 땅땅 토네 셰데기요레스
맞어
이때 당랑 딩상 두스 데라 삼로 땅 베세나 소소기 가수 제투투 소속이 제마도나 기법네 다마 육 마샤제 양호 대당 소속이 로당 팀바지니 아니 누자 율당 팀바지 로당 팀바지 제나 아니 소속 같이 투바디 제도나 지여레스
맞어 well when we talk about being a bodhisattva the texts often cite historically really great examples in the ancient world, and those are like the ideal, they're the idolized bodhisattvas, and we have to remember that's an ideal. In modern times it may be challenging to reach that level. We have a different situation, different circumstance. We're challenged in different ways now. So the idea would be to determine how much of a load one could actually bear, but not throw away one's compassion and one's sense of duty to others, serving others, not to throw that out completely, but to factor in, that it should be on par with one's capacity. You see, one shouldn't overextend in terms of one's capacity. So one in one's humility assesses how far one can go, but without throwing out the project and the good intentions and the compassion, but act on a level that's on par with one's capacity. So not to overdo it. One has to ascertain when one has crossed the line into burnout, basically, and try to assess it in advance, what one is capable of, and try to manage that.
아니 대단해 다 갈래 소소 같이 제토바디야 고네 니마치기야 아니 마로레 타 아니 정말 제트비온데 아니 장주 셈바 근데 제가 장주 셈바라 힌디 다 코로알라 네디히 마이 뭐 장주 셈바디 문에 사당보 사저비스 마삼마동 송아이나 사당보 톱샤죠 딘데 저부질라 삼노 땅고고요로
맞어.
말레 버도 강알 용구레스 다티 레베 먼저 강알디 동네 지게야 도고요레스
맞어. So we have to remember there's all this training going on, and we have to gradually build up, right? That we have to assume this. Over time, more and more, we're attaining more and more bodhisattva qualities. What really is a bodhisattva? Actually, the definitive bodhisattva is somebody who has this yearning to extricate themselves and all beings out of samsara, but they also have a certain level of realization, like the first booming. The first level of realization means now you've got resources to deal with difficult situations. You've got capacity. Your capacity is built up. Prior to your capacity reaching like becoming extensive, building it up, there will be challenges. There will be training. You have to work with the situation. You have a path, and you have other factors that help you grow. You have to engage in all those practices, and over time, your ability increases slowly but surely. Greater capacity to meet challenges.
Thank you, Maria, yes. And we have, I noticed, Lama Carol and David and a question, so we'll take Maria now, then I'll take, Lama Carol and then the question, and we'll go back to our live. That's two questions. So first, most important one.
Okay, if it's the most important one, then I'll ask my second question first. I'm shaking. Okay.
relax
Right.
So this is I wrote it down. So if there is someone in my life where I feel as though I was wronged, and then I noticed feelings of envy. But the initial anger that I felt from being wronged, I didn't truly allow myself to feel it because I found it shameful. And then I realized after years, when I think about this person, I am still like hooked, and I still feel all of these negative feelings. And then recently I said to myself, why don't I just feel angry about it? And I wrote a letter, and I went on and on and on and just let it out and never sent it. I burned it. And after that, for the first time, I felt a sense of love for this person, and which, was incredible because I thought that wouldn't be possible. So my question is, because I was taught that negative feelings are embarrassing and shameful, and we shouldn't feel this way. Now, with this practice, how long can one feel these negative feelings before switching to love in a meditation, or just wishing them well? Is it you have to feel one before you feel the other, or is it like parallel? And then eventually maybe that anger will just sort of disappear into the sky, and all you will feel is love.
I think.
That more logic to nga mo me chi ke mo le tu pu chi dans sens ra tene de be ning la pok sens ra ta me chen da ki le ka tu cha che de mo be ning la pok sens be she dan chi ke shas ine mo de du mo sam lo accordion du tene ta de do zu drink ma re de marron re ta marron de le ka re shas ra me chen da la tik pa cha ya she dan ke ya de. They be what's up with shas, right? They Tani drink my own drink my this. You know, that the law mambo king on like do a law junior but you know, Nima Chiki Mogi, that Shetanchi ya Kenny, right? Young chair, right? Oh, yeah, that they drink my made the Dukshu chick down songs, call a Yigichi Tangores, Chunzuk Cheaki, Yigichik. Sharon Chen de Chere, Ni Chere, some then Yigichik triggers, right? Then more the Yigit, Chu told a powder, Yigi, right? Yigichik Trisha. Then he Yigo Nala joke, then a pa Dragla Chik Dango Samchung, Yini and Hopticana, oh, yeah, they Matana gas, right? 춘수 mambucheage 이게 다 춘수 지체기도 와대 drink 말했어. 때네 메탈라 danse 메라 섹스 이게 돼. 때네 메라 섹스 안에 때네 람상 뭐뭐 가이나 로 데부 잡지 지고 첨보치기 다 육성은 난시. 그 앞에 로 데부 지차서 홉득한. 그라 다뭐 sempa 짝짝 데 메바조스. 그라 그냥 야ల్송 다 남가라지 야ల్송스. 때네 뭐 쉬어야 되래샤스. that's image the John Yongdu. The Casa. The Rimba Jindu the Shadang, the Dictate Sem de Man, Yuru Droya, on a kind of Hope the Kanla, on a Tangatsu Lamka Drogi, Gewa Druki, then do Nyamdu de Shadang ba Yuru Drogidu, Hope Kanla Yuru Drogidu, on a the Rimba Jindu Kandadu, Rodang de Kandadu,
Yeah,
do
yeah.
Nyamdu, that corner to Nyamdu Resha Kandadu, say do.
다 모란기 디와 돌도나 세메시데 고미용 베세나 홉스강 조그레다 갈리갈리 조그레스 티르도
They rare. Inel da be guardachik. Dogu loju
다디
yambo.
일라다 다디 세메시디 고미용 베세나 아니 소소기 디기 딱 대샤시다 나잘데다 탐지 세메시 가즈의 망부 곰투 가즈의 소소 줄라 냠용 때바 대탐지 만루레 살질라 홉스강로 록시원나싱 나토미 차고 말레스 갈레 세메시디 공내 공도 별 차도던 예몬디다 마뇽루 로그레스 가즈 곰바 데가스 어디 땡기레스 님보디
So, well, with basically what's happening here is that with the meditation on the four immeasurables, those four immeasurables are competing with the five emotions that live within us: anger, desire, jealousy, pride, stupidity. Those toxic emotions are living within us. So these four immeasurables are acting as a kind of a counter agent to that. So to the degree, right, it's all about degrees. So to the degree that you train in the four immeasurables, to that degree, you're going to experience the diminishment of your own negativity. That is your jealousy and so on. That's going to be reduced. It's not a question of like, okay, now I'm doing the practice, so now it's lights out on my negativity, right? All of a sudden. No, that's not happening. It's a gradual wearing away, Over time, it's wearing down your jealousy, wearing down your anger. More and more practices that are conducive, such as the four immeasurables, they play their part in acting as a remedy towards the conflicting emotions. So to the degree that those are potent and present and living within us, to that degree, we're going to experience the reduction in our negativity in terms of the five conflicting emotions. That's the relationship that's going on there. Yeah, so they kind of parallel in a sense. That was your question. On the one side, the four immeasurables, they get stronger. On the other side, the negative things get weaker. But does it happen all of a sudden? No, it doesn't.
Thank you. Lama Carol.
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
Thank you. David has a question.
Hello, Rinpoche. Would Rinpoche comment on the on absolute or ultimate bodhicitta and the relation of that to the relative bodhicitta of intention and engaged action?
Then 거기 David said, 가서 던담배 천줍삼 당 군섭기 천줍삼 다 군섭 천줍삼 대 문바 단 죽바니까 도와. 데네 펜슨기 드라와 칸다 두스 세기도. 던담바기 천줍삼 당 군섭기 천줍삼 펜슨기 드라와 칸다 두스 세기도.
근접당 펜션 근접 장주 셈당 된담 장주 셈 펜션 제와다 빼 레라고로.
그래서
근접 셈기 줄라 게 마도 송아이네 된담 장주 셈디 또트베요 말고.
그래서
달라 데라 때네 된담디 또위어로. 근접디 줄에 된담디 되고래.
그래서 well, actually the connection is very close. You know, there's an intimate connection between the relative and the absolute bodhicitta. In fact, the relative bodhicitta is the very trigger that would trigger the awakening of the fruitional bodhicitta, which is the absolute bodhicitta. So the connection is very direct right there. The relative bodhicitta is the access point to the absolute bodhicitta, the fruitional bodhicitta.
Would it be correct to say that the relative bodhicitta of intention and action is an expression of ultimate bodhicitta?
Dene kasa de demba ina chikshugio kunzoki chanjup sam mumba dan jukpa de kasa dandam ki chanjup sam ki tsalle sharba rebe sedu dandam chanjup sam ki tsalle kunzop chanjup sam shaya de rebe
된담 장주 셈기 짤레 샤르처기 군접 장주 셈 라기야마 군접 담멘죽니 데라 때네 안 된담 장주 셈기 또가야 될 라기여로 군접디 주자기여레 된담디 대부 자기여레 데인디 대부라 때네 주 또게 말 줄라 때네 대부 중거로
so see it's not here rather than feeling like the dynamic or of the absolute bodhicitta is the expression of the relative. It actually makes more sense to see the relative as being the entry point into the ultimate. Because otherwise, what we're doing is we're making the fruition a cause. When it's not. Actually, the cause is the cause that brings one to the fruitioning. Right? And absolute bodhicitta in itself doesn't have a cause. It's absolute. But what brings us to that is the relative bodhicitta. The absolute bodhicitta is actually synonymous with the ground of being. It's none other than the ground of being.
Thank you, Rinpoche.
Okay, you're welcome.
So Rinpoche, we have, Jack has a question and then I have a question from the chat.
So Rinpoche, can you, and I heard like everyone going, or a lot of people or myself going,
Samsara?
yes, I am in samsara, I'm having a lot of negative thoughts. I don't deserve, or I can't, or I whatever, but ultimately everyone has Buddha nature, right? And you're talking about peeling all those things away to reveal our Buddha nature. So, I guess what I'm asking or what I'm saying is, can you speak to that everyone has it, no matter how horrible they think they are, or how, or they feel, and how that is what ultimately can propel us no matter what we think our situation is. Maybe expand on that in terms of growing or enlightenment or.
Dati nupcho ki chua rang re. Chetang ta asa rup chetang rabu chi song nang das. Ko sei du ko nang shin me chi yena ta ko samlo ngamba kakpa la yung du namtok nakpo den de chi ya lang de du sei du semla. Right?
Oh.
Kak tog maris kona ta korwa ki chuni re shas. Pache me mang chewa den de re shas sei du, right? Then ta jordan kande du sei du. Ta nga tsu so su chi re shas. Right? Dik trip yore, right? 강아 열에 샘게 남도 낙보되네 열에 뜻 가르치고래 세이도
Tadi se meba mare se yore se tugures.
맞아
Kala kangal jungna kangal se tabi bi tagla teni jungu yores. Ani tanda di ngaranzo ki jula ta nyemong buteja sheda timu ngajal yorwa.
맞아
Korwala ne di bi semjen yinzang tsangwa yores. Hinayang Teta tamche pa pangyagi juya yores, pangtang pangbegi tapshe, pena tanang rang semeshi komeyare, lodo namshe komeyare, chanchuji sem komeyare, teta tamche kare, di ta nyomongpa teta tamche pangyagi tapam judi dil tene chagi yores, ken, tenre jimpa gale gale jena pang tuku yore, tende, ane ngaranzo sanjayagi juyi yoba te, ju dela tene, drebu jung taju res.
well we have to keep in mind that any kind of dilemmas and challenges and mental states negativity and so on all of this can be cleared away that's we should start off with that understanding that we're not stuck actually you know to start with that feeling of like, oh, I'm whatever occurs, actually, I'm not stuck. You know, everything is workable, everything is fixable. It's not, it's not real to start with, so it's fixable. There's that spaciousness there that allows it to be fixed. As sentient beings, we all have the 5 poisons in our mind stream. This is what samsara is all about. But having those things in our mind stream, we should simultaneously have the understanding that we can get rid of those. That's fixable. We're not stuck. We're not defined by those challenges, by the content of our mind stream. We have all kinds of means that we can employ to resolve this situation, such as the 4 immeasurables. Those directly tackle the conflicting emotions. The 4 thoughts that turn the mind. All of these practices are, in their own way, ways where we can tame the conflicting emotions within. They're all different methodologies that one can use to overcome the limitations of cyclic existence, of samsara. So we're putting together all the causes and conditions that bring about the ideal situation of us blossoming, And then all the while, though, we should reflect upon the fact that any action is worthwhile, and all this process is worthwhile because we have the Buddha seed. We have the potentiality of Buddha within. By virtue of the fact that we have this Buddha potential, means that everything's worthwhile in terms of doing practice because that seed will fruition into Buddhahood. It's nothing but advantages. You see, so it's ascertaining that everything can change. And it's acknowledgement of like our great potential, and then also like where that can go. So this is a workable situation. We can do a lot here. We're not stuck.
Pena ngaranzo chogo karjin togu yore, chogo chagaye ni togu yores. 저거 자야면은 그 또야서요 말아왔어. 아니 니마 가르진 샤르기요. 니마 누가 예비 좀 선들라 되는 샤르기요. 일단 찍어지지 않았어. 상황.
So it's this cause and effect relationship between things. You know, why do we get hungry? So we can fill our stomach up, you know, nourish ourselves. That's why we get hungry. You know, why did the sun rise in the morning? Because it set the evening before, the day before, it had set. The sun setting is the express reason for it rising.
대나시 가랑속이 줄라 예비기 다 녀몽버다 삼지 가진 남독 펠기요래 남독이 막가가요래스 딜라데네레스.
So in our mind stream, we have conflicting emotions. And why do thoughts proliferate? Because they can also disappear too. That's why they proliferate. Because they can also not proliferate. The option for proliferating also introduces the option for not proliferating. Sunset means sunrise, right?
Okay. There's so many questions coming in. So I know Carolyn's got a question burning over there. Let me read one from here and then Carolyn, you'll be next. So here from Saida in Colombia. Her question is, let me read the first part. She said, wanting happiness for all beings, I have an internal confusion. We often associate happiness with material things, travel, money, health, fun, and smiles. We think that if someone is smiling, it's because they're happy. My question is, what is the correct happiness that a Buddhist should have, transmit, and wish for others?
대화, 양닭배 대화 푼순 속아서 해야 되라. 군습기 대화는 말해, 뭐 군습기 대화 직세대이도, 다 가서 발저 야부, 데네 코사 야부, 레가 야부, 코어 망부, 라다 군습기 대화대, 라. 남바기 원두세나 대화 약수대 그런 생이 간다두스, 라. 대화 야가대, 땡기 대화 저거, 대 간데 그 생이 간다두스.
다 땡기 대화 저부디 뒤준도 줄여매 봐 된담배 장주심기 대화디 차대기요래스.
So the real happiness is the one that doesn't change. You know, the one that's there regardless of your circumstances, up or down, you still have unchanging happiness. And it's also being filled with absolute bodhicitta. So the closer you get to absolute bodhicitta, the more you're into the genuine happiness that's unchanging.
I heard Rinpoche's story earlier during the teaching about compassion turning arrows or bullets into flowers, which was really beautiful, and I love that. So as people living in this world, when we see a human being or a government or a corporation harming others, we tend to feel like we should do something to combat that, whether it be with our words or actions. Are there material or tangible actions that we can or should take that are aligned with the Dharma? Or does fighting it in any way other than compassion just end up perpetuating it? I notice a lot of spiritual teachers really don't tend to talk about politics and things like that. And so it's a question I sit with. Is it just compassion, or is there more we can do that is aligned with the Dharma? Not more, that's the wrong word, but not more than compassion. But.
Okay. Tene dajin kata sanjiki loju de pe ninja bu jabu chik tongi do se do ra. The kasa duki parche chik zon yong do ra sanja kanga meto la jor son jabu chik. De pe ninja bu do se do pe sem la gabo. De ra tene kap kala ra ta zambaling nang la yong duksha ona zorta chenpo doa chenpo denzo ki rik la samsam pe kunzu pe trapki du saydu pe ngamba pe duksha che yus ra tene de la tene ngatsu kari che gures yung duksha che na ona chong pe duksha tene che shana pe duksha trapsona ra ngatsu laleng ki thola chik len jagu rebe ona munba chamchik sem게 다 셈 참직 어야 다 콘서 야포 용어 쇼스 지mollam 치 참직 오나 라렌 다리아 데 드기we 탑 개바기 돈에 데 렌자야 감주 잡체 오나 드라멘저 치 렌잡 토기도아 디 방자이나 오야 다디 레카 카야 마체나가 디 방자레 데네 차 몰람제 잡쇼스 오나 라렌 다리아 데 ngusuchi len 잡초그레스
다디
남바기 왕두세나 탑케바키 토네 len 잡토기도 했어
다 퍼르보 다 장주 셈베기 삼로 당탄 제송와이나 퍼르보기 율 가즈 펜토마토 삼당고로 이 망볼라 펜토나 소소 라렌타르투나 따나 디기어레 마티고 요마레 디 디기어레 파 라렌타르 밀라파 아니 펜토가 주나
맞어
미 자세야레 미직세나 야그로
맞어
미직이 미자세겐 랍주당 디 제주나 미직디 세샤나 디 야그로
맞어
미직 세조바 네바마데 용마레 아니 미자세주 네바데 용마레 텐데 소소게 라렌데 타르 미 퍼로보 율 망볼 펜토나 라렌 타르투나 디기어레 디
맞어
라렌 비토네 퍼로보들라 독자 지긴 삼베게 삼로 꾸농 엠바데 케송아이나 디네 장주 삼베게 레가데 차기요 마레 퍼로베일라 페야기 꾸농야 삼보지게 율디야 삼로지 땅송아이나 몰람당 상마기 냠데 제나 디기어레 마디고요 마레스데
맞어 well as somebody with a good intention one needs to review the object that one's reacting to government, corporation, individual, whatever it is, to look at that to see if you can actually help or not. It could be a futile endeavor, or it could be, oh yeah, something I do here could actually bring some benefit. But it has to come from the attitude of benefiting, and then, so there's the motivation to benefit, and then it's followed up by practical action that's skillful. You have to make sure your action is skillful, check it out. It can't just be crude actions and just resistance only, but you have to have something skillful there. It has to be productive, worthwhile. You have to evaluate situations. Sometimes it's better to, one is presented with gnarly things in life, Sometimes you realize, it's better to kill one person than 100 here. You could save 100 here if that person was gone. So we have to make these kind of calculations in the world. Killing hundreds is not going to be good, right? You have to evaluate the damage and the effectiveness and whether it's worth pursuing or not. If you engage in some action thinking, I need to take these people down, then that's not a good motivation. But if you feel like, okay, what I can do here will actually be meaningful, I can do some things, I can engage skillfully where there's an effect, then go for it. Have your good intention, make the prayers, and then follow up by practical action. But if you review it and realize, well, it's not going to go anywhere, I'm just going to anger people and so on, it's not skillful, then let it go. But basically, the rule of thumb is to have a good motivation, good aspirations, good wishes, and any action should be skillful. It has to be skillful. You have to review the quality of that action before you launch it. Unskilled action, the world does not need more blind acts.
We have Esteban waiting.
Greetings, Rinpoche. Thank you for the teaching. Diego, yo quisiera hacer la pregunta en español, si me puedes ayudar. ¿Se puede hacer la traducción al revés o no da? No, no da, ok. Um, so, Rinpoche, my question is about, so sometimes we can practice in a very spontaneous way these foreign measurables in our life. And sometimes it applies to people who are close to us, that people that are more neutral, people that are more, as you have said several times in teaching, what we consider or we could see as an enemy. And then sometimes that can be easier than to practice it for our own selves. So coming from old belief systems and ways of seeing reality that are very engaged into guilt, sometimes it's very difficult to practice these foreign measurables for oneself. Can you open us some clarity about how to do that and what are the practices or the ways we can engage in a more useful way to put this into practice for not being so hard with us?
Then Esteban seguido, da semeji gomiate, da mato topo tanyen de lelaboreshas, ona tanyam gime de lelaboreshas, tamsam yan dry yana dot kali kapo ine an drup togdus, kursegidu kali kashu de rang sosoki semeji gonya, rangi dondala. Kai sena koi ki seguidu nupchola kenzachi yore loju rang la pemba druya de pe gersem drabuchi kegidu seguidu nong drabuchi tongidu de yeshu ki dawa resha inju yeshu ki luksu chalan shone oh rang la soso la yapochi drumna dene de nong drabuchi tongidu seguidu
Oh, yeah.
dene de rang soso la semeji kepsan raya pemba yonya yapozoya de kanda chegures rang itandala de drodan kanda dus rang la kasatsewa rang la gabu rang la chambu chea rang la ninjese
Di chidang ta korang shechun jiwa na shi jesong wa ina rang la ta korang nangwa sanje begi lamluk dra song wa ina so rang la di chen yang rang chebar zin dhugro rang chebar zin yong se na da zin di shuk chambu ji le yong be se na teni zimba di shuk chambu le di shen la kawa gomya shen la tangyong gomya shen la nyingji gomya di le tu mare
there's a different way of looking at this in the Buddhist tradition, you know. That guilt thing is that's left over from the Catholic. There's all this guilt. The Buddhists don't have this guilty thing traditionally. That the Buddhist idea is that, okay, if I'm a Buddhist, my job is not to cherish myself, but to cherish others. So one doesn't make oneself a priority. By doing that, it actually benefits oneself, ironically, right? One actually derives benefit by not trying to find benefit for oneself initially. So to the degree that one reduces self-clinging and self-focus and ego fixation, all of that, see, this is why cherishing others is so important at the beginning. we're emphasizing other to reduce self-clinging. To the degree that we've reduced self-clinging, to that degree, there's other concern. The concern for other goes up. When the concern for self goes down, concern for others is going up. There's more and more compassion. One cannot actually express genuine compassion to other beings if there's self-importance, if there's self-cherishing, if the agenda is self first. Then the compassion and the joy and the equanimity and all of that will not happen for others. One will not generate compassion for others. So that's why there's this emphasis. It looks like one is in self-denial, but it's not. It's simply emphasizing other, which then brings a benefit to oneself, actually. It loosens the clinging to self. So this is the Buddhist approach to that.
아니 내가 나신 게 랑게 체도 세메시 곰송와이나 랑게 체도랑 인삼나 신된 자그마를 랑된레 신된 마차도 전지 심비기 줘바디 레투기어 말했어.
Also, one have to reflect upon the fact that if one thinks, oh, I want to meditate on the four immeasurables for oneself, one is already redirected the purpose, because the four immeasurables was for others. That's what the agenda is. It's for others. But if one goes in and thinks, well, I want to do the four immeasurables to help myself, one's kind of reversed the trend of one's intention there. It's gone the other direction.
이나야 신기 된도 삼로 땅에 신된 제용 베서나 랑기 줄라유비기 다 되자 셰다 나잘 타도 대다듬지 마 뉴로 드는데 랑기디 automatically 냠도 레용거레스.
So if one is committed to benefiting others, then the natural consequence is that one's own negativity, that is the five poisons, will be reduced in oneself automatically, as a matter of course. We may think that I have to focus on myself to get rid of it, but actually it's the other way around. To focus on others is the way to reduce the negativity in oneself. So actually one is deriving benefit from this. If one checks it out, one is the beneficiary of this. Helping others helps oneself reduce the five poisons in one's mind stream.
Okay. I'm not sure about in the room, but we have three more questions. Is that okay? Yeah. So
One more.
1, 2, 3.
One more.
That was translated second time.
Yeah, because the guru made it clear the first time. The translator will make it clearer the second time.
So I have Maria Teresa with her hand up. So let's have her.
Hi, thank you very much for these teachings. You said before that we don't stalk, don't be rude without kindness, I think. And also that the mainstream is always with five poison. It happened just now to me that I be very rude, and I said something directly, and also over passing the line. But sometimes it help to show the matter. But anyway, when happened, I was. It was clear for me that
Sono le ore 23.
That I do this in this moment, but I did at the same. After that, I said sorry, And what I can do more?
Oh yeah, then more say do. More chick neutral short song say do. That neutral carry short is that more the mid chi la trooper short songs. Rak that current chi kind Madrid pa chick chong songs koni ki parala. Then it those more those mang tra songs. Then it call it like mid the capture down songs. Right? That channel. 춘수 다 저랑 chen 되는 체레 다니 체레 되는 치 drink 마레스 되는 백합시 당선 세도 되는 갑시 당산에 되는 감상 전이 뭐도 농치 레베 셈라 어야 당아 도츠 마드릭 바 총선스 도츠 네 셰당 만다 체선스 도츠 drink 마레스 봐 되는 뭐파 바로 김에데 gonda시스 봐 gondas 난 노선스 봐 Oh yeah, didn't Dylan Mangwa Chik Chegu do it, Dam Gonda says, Gonda, Gomba Matsums, Nan Norjo Shore songs, Cherana Capture Down songs. Then Dylan Laba Chik Lega Chenda do it, Dylan Mangas Chik Dugu do it. Don't be tricky, want to say, Well, if you had regret, if you identified the mistake you made, and you got angry, you said something to someone, but then after you have the regret, that's okay. You said sorry. You had regret. That's over. It's clean. That's good. You don't need to do more than that. That's fine.
The other people in the meantime is go away.
They've gone. Oh, they've gone. Ah, you know, maybe that koni kata sonsi do. Maybe kon sikpatsane. Okay, then let them go away. You said sorry. You cleaned up your side, right? You identified the problem. You said sorry. And if they go away, that's their choice. But you did your job.
I mistake very much my job before because I was wrong. I know that, and I did the same.
But you had regret, right? And you said sorry.
Yes, I regret because the girl have a reaction, and so I say yes. I am very sorry.
Okay.
I mistake. I say also I mistake.
Oh yeah, didn't be kecha duksha chi shesons, didn't jema nong chi lang re semla. Didn't gonda shuin, didn't degare. Okay, well, there's no problem because you had regret and you said sorry. If you had no regret and you didn't say sorry, then that's a different issue. But you had regret, you said sorry, that's it. It's okay. You cleaned it up.
I am enough pure, so it's normal that I clean. But in the meantime, I broke a lot of relationship with a different person also on my job, and this is not fine.
Oh, that day my shenda yang did drop a chick chong song say do. More chong kang ji yoris. Oh. Then nyopcha cha king ki me de yong do sometimes be more control lang ne. Chick to put in a shed they do. So the more to the logic yore. Then thank sang tropo share yon mare. Morangi na Jimson de la dene. Ale. Long langi doa dire. Lung mashi do res ta. Well, so over time, so therefore, it's important then the four thoughts, equanimity, love, joy, compassion, the four immeasurables are so important then because of what you're talking about. So then you can have good relations with everyone, So it's a good idea then to train in these four measurables, so you don't have these kind of problems.
This is completely again unbroken bodhicitta. Is with against the vow of a bodhisattva. Thank you very much for the answer.
Okay. 근데 천집 선박이 람레 갈와리 도와다 세단 캐야 돼. 다른 미치가리 렌 야벌치 나선스.
Oh, yeah.
All right, everybody. So those of you who have questions, maybe if we're
Tomorrow.
maybe
Tomorrow.
tomorrow. Yeah, so don't feel too sad. We are going to dedicate the merit. I put these prayers in the chat earlier, so we have them there. Sorry, we had to do that earlier. So dedication of merit. This is page 20. Through this merit, may all attain omniscience and conquer the enemy wrong action. May all be free from samsara social and its counting ways of birth, old age, sickness, and death. And all be from the past, present, and future. Create dedication and community. So these days my actions. Each and every being effortlessly reach the state of non-duality. Position and shape. Spontaneous pillars of the two souls. Prayer for the long life of Shetchen Rabsham Rinpoche. The tradition of Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad is the great collections of Vajrayana teachings to our son. There, teaching and practice. They steadfast and indestructible. And the long life prayer for Ajahn Galse Rinpoche will sing in Tibetan, English, Tibetan. Om Swasti. Long life prayer for Ajahn Taylor Rinpoche. Om Swasti. Om Swasti. Prayer for all the lamas. And the prayer for the people of earth in English. At this very moment, may the people of the nations of suffer, not even fear disease, famine, war, may your conduct dwell and prosperity. May the well-being and the prayer for post-meditation, we'll read in English. May appearance sound and we'll say the 100-syllable mantra. Concludes our teachings today, and I just want to remind everybody here and online, tomorrow is 1 hour earlier. So we'll be starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time, New York time, 9 a.m., not 10. So thank you for remembering that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rinpoche.
Okay.
Thank you, Rinpoche.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rinpoche. Rinpoche.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Las manitos, ¿dónde están?
No, no.
Sorry. Wherever I go.
Get you a little something for tomorrow. You can wake up with a good thought.
Yeah. No, when you have three, you choose the most of them on the weekend. We'll be in touch.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's something. That. I think you're more than welcome to hang on to the survey. You didn't have it all together.
A picture.
I get charged $50 tomorrow.
Some have to be online, and it's gonna be like schools that.
And the people in Mexico were right around the front,
I was actually going to wave yesterday, camera, when I got
Walking straight. Oh, don't worry, just whatever you can just. I took this whole
No, I wanna do the here. No, but it's got to be.
You don't have to rush out either if you have. Oh, yeah, no rush.
Yes, nobody has. to
Because he
rush.
doesn't have a, this change that comes from it.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't have to.
yes, this is all.
Oh, that's generous. Wow.
Yes, that was so special.
I have to thank you too for all you do.
Yes, but it's hard. So-
No.
Did you just? Sorry to come in.
To see your head back.
Yes. I think so, and also.
Good smile, ladies.
Hi, Lori. Let's go, Lori. Maybe I could turn this around and you guys could say hello. Yes, I want to say hi to Lori.
Hi there.
Hi. Good to see you. So happy you were here with us.
Oh, Stephanie, thank you so much for producing this.
Hey, Eric. Mr.
Hi.
Eric. Lori. Mama Eric is
Don't forget, Lori, tomorrow is the Three Samadhis, but it's going to be early 6 a.m. for you tomorrow morning.
Right, I've got it.
Okay.
Was Lena there today as well?
Oh, look at Eric walking in Hawaii. We all have to go there.
Yes. We should have a retreat over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that in the making? Or should we request it?
Oh, well, requesting it's helpful. Always helpful. Let's
Eric,
go see
we would
Eric.
like to have a retreat at your place.
Bye, Mr. Eric.
Nice to hear. Just show the
Mm.
yard. The backyard.
Eric, we're coming to Hawaii next.
Here.
Big Island? Where is he?
Very nice place.
Yep, Big Island, right? Eric, you're.
Yay, come to Hawaii.
Yep.
We're coming.
Big Island.
Where on the Big Island?
Good, good.
Where are you on the Big
Near the
Island?
volcano.
Oh, wow.
Like
Oh, I was
near the volcano.
okay, when I was 18, I was living 1 year in Hilo, but that was in 1999.
Oh, that's where he's close to, Hilo.
Okay.
Oh wow. Yeah, Hilo's just down the road. Yeah. It's good for meditation.
Yes. It's a powerful place.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
It was such a delight to meet you. And hopefully I'll see you again soon.
Is that your backyard? Or the property that you're staying on?
Wait a second, I need to.
You're still on speaker, you're still in the whole room.
Oh, wait, yeah, I gotta change my settings here. Okay.
Yeah, it was very sweet. If there's a miracle I can work, I will come in the miracle. I'm not sure if that.
Is that better?
Otherwise,
Are you going on Rinpoche's tour?
Is he still staying in the States?
Rinpoche?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
going to April.
Rinpoche?
Yeah. He's there
Yeah.
10 days, but I don't think you're translating then. Are you? You're not.
Entire mandala?
No. I don't know the name of the organization, but he has been there last year in Switzerland, but to see the with organization. It's 10 days.
I'm gonna say goodbye.
It's a lot of
Okay.
empowerment. Yeah. No,
Uh-huh.
there will be, they are translating. But where is he going next?
I'm not sure.
It doesn't even matter.
I don't know.
I thought that was it.
I hope he comes here.
Ah.
I have to
Did you offer did you make a request that we can actually have him in Hawaii and make a retreat there? Did you request it?
Yeah, I've talked to him. Rinpoche's saying yes. He likes that idea.
Wow, that would be amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to get him here. It's kind of a perfect space.
Rinpoche, big Rinpoche.
Rinpoche in Hawaii?
Oh, hi, Eric.
You mean big Rinpoche?
I meant Ape. Yeah.
Hi.
I don't know when you can travel.
How are you?
Hey, nice to see you.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Thank you for the teaching today. I love hearing your voice.
And and your translation. It's wonderful.
Huh?
Looks nice there. Wow.
Isn't it nice?
Oh my gosh.
You have to bring your own suffering. There's no suffering here. You have to bring your own.
Your own stuff. Did he say, oh, your own suffering?
Yeah, you have to bring your own suffering. There's no suffering here.
Okay, so then we can't come because we don't have any. We have to look for it. It's all gone.
You have to look for it. You have to import it. There's
We're
none here.
engaged in immeasurable one, so there's no suffering left.
No, there's none there. Isn't this cool?
Wow.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Amazing.
Yeah, it really is.
All right. I'm going to go clean up the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm also looking.
See you tomorrow, Eric.
Okay, see you tomorrow. There's some weird astrology today. I gotta.
Wow.
Some rain is coming.
Huh?
Some rain is coming down. Looks like it.
Yeah. The astrology is getting very intense these days.
Astrology?
It's getting very intense. Getting in the world. I'm about to give somebody a reading.
Oh, wow.
About the upcoming stuff. But it's a very intense time we're in.
Being a Walter.
Actually, me too. I need to talk to her. Actually, some things
Cutting out.
in her life.
Are you cutting out?
Yeah. Anyway, there's a big astrology and happening right now. buildup. Big change in the world. Yeah, I need to talk to Rinpoche about this later too, about that. You know, lots of changes, especially
And
people with water signs. You know,
oh, which
people who
would
are
be
water
Stephanie.
sign, Pisces.
Which is Stephanie. Which is me.
Yeah, Stephanie, you're getting 5 planets lined up in Pisces soon.
In Pisces. Oh,
You're gonna have a big transformation. Yeah,
we have to talk.
it's a very powerful time for you. Yeah, very powerful time.
Shared.
Mhm.
Okay, we're gonna have to expand because I'm feeling some shift happening in the next, I want to say like
Yeah.
6 months. Yeah.
Hey, what was the day and the month? Your birthday?
March
What day was
9th.
it? March 9th?
March,
Oh
March
yeah.
9th.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be big.
What about the air signs?
The air signs, like with Aquarius.
Yeah.
Actually, Saturn left Aquarius recently. It's just about to go into Pisces. Are you Aquarius?
Yes. Just
Uh-huh.
had birthday a couple of days.
Yeah. Yeah, Saturn is leaving Aquarius, going into Pisces. Yeah, it's a big change.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Big change. What day was your birthday?
The 1st of February.
What day?
February 1st.
1st of February. Okay. Oh yeah, so Saturn is left. Actually, you've been experiencing a lot of kind of heaviness. That's going to disappear.
Oh.
The heaviness of the last few years is going to lighten up.
Wow.
It's going to lighten up.
I think that's what
Yeah.
took her here. She couldn't figure out how did she get on this plane to New York of all places. She had to hear that. Wow, this is amazing. Actually, it has been quite intense lately, heaviness, but I'm glad to hear that it's
Yeah.
wow.
What, February 1st? What year? What year?
1981.
1981. Okay, so Saturn. Oh yeah. No, this is good. This is going to be a big change.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe sometime we can talk more because I know you do this great reading.
Okay,
Esteban,
let's talk later.
yeah,
Sure.
Esteban made a reading with you and he was so excited about it and he told me everything. So he told me, you have to talk, you have to get a reading. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. If you want
Let's
to.
do that at some point, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. No problem.
Thank you.
I'll make it very cheap. Be very cheap. It'll be a
What?
5 rupees. It'll be 5 rupee reading.
5 rupees?
Yeah. $1 reading. Don't worry, it's not expensive.
No, but well, or 5 euros. More 5 euros than 5 rupees.
5 rupees. Okay, 5 rupees.
Okay, I rounded up to 5 euros. I think I'm going to go because everyone is leaving, so I want to say goodbye.
All
Bye,
right.
Eric.
Bye-bye.
Talking to you. Thank you for the translation. It was wonderful. Oh, he's already gone, like always.
He must be tired.
No, he's always like, okay, bye.
Definitely. Okay.
How was transmitted to you? She gave me the transmission.
It's a transmission. That's
Sounds like Glenn was amazing too. That was transforming.
Yeah.
Radiance. Hardly recognized her. She even liked me.
Yeah, I would be very happy to go home to your place. Really, it's a big one when you can support, the two of you support
You
each other.
do.
It's just really remarkable. So you share importantly.
Yeah, we absolutely,
Yeah.
you know, we kind of do that for each other.
Yes.
We look forward to doing it together too, instead of like
Yeah.
mutual
That can
alternative
happen.
support.
That can happen.
Yeah, we have to. We're just talking about going to Mexico.
Is he
He's teaching it in Mexico, so I've got trouble. You know
Yeah.
that? The same thing that he taught in Portland.
Oh.
He will teach in Mexico.
Yeah, that's what I was just hearing.
Yeah,
over
we
here.
do.
So let's all go. you know, so-
But who's translating to English? Probably is just Eric. Eric. He was just he did it, yeah. And then Diego will translate to Spanish. Well, Mexico. When we're in Mexico, that's what will happen. Well, it's. Yeah, let's see what. These are flags that are getting cracked open right here that I wasn't aware, you know, yeah. When supposed to be, I mean, there's still not let's say a Perba place staked in the center, but from what I've heard, you know, on the 28th of July.
What's the?
Out right outside of Mexico City.
July 28th to August 2nd, Mexico City.
Tepoztlan.
What is it?
Tepoztlan is a town like
Morelos is way near-
2 hours from Mexico City. You need to fly to Mexico City and then take
July?
a bus.
I think, no, I think it's, what are the dates that you think?
28th.
July 28th
to August 2nd.
to August 2nd, but you need to get
Fly.
1 day before.
Fly the day before, so it's like
Like
27th to
27th.
the 3rd.
I hope you get that information around.
But it's
Yeah, we haven't finished yet all the
Yes.
arrangements. We need
Yeah.
to confirm some things and then we will, as soon as possible, we will let you know about
Because it's going to be
dates.
part 1 and 2
days.
together. Because it's shorter than. I think it may, I think it may be. I think, well, no, because the first group will be receiving what the first group just received, then the new group will be received, there's gonna be 2. It's being worked out. Yeah.
So will there be restrictions? I mean, even people like me could take the workshop and do it.
Well, I think you're here and, you know, I have a connection. Yeah, I can't say, but yeah, look at the final seal. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh.
You tell me why.
Oh, now you know. Yeah, you don't want to forfeit the.
You knew about it.
No, just now.
There's no restrictions.
We're the first ones to hear that. We're the first, except for Stefan. And then now it's.
We overheard it. We overheard.
We just go, that's all. We'll see you there.
Did you know Barry before?
Only like a few weeks before, I did, I was addressing the tumor, which I was doing classes just to work on that kind of, but it's somewhat debated. And it turns out that.
You took the class?
I took the class with her, it would be right before Christmas, I think it was or maybe between Christmas and New Year, it was every morning.
On Sunday
We
morning.
had to
right?
fit it in. It
Yeah.
was more than a Sunday morning, it was
Oh,
a few days, like 4 days in a row.
I remember. I would have been in the next room.
Oh, yeah, probably, yeah. Oh, I know, this is, she does, I don't know what you call it, it's not Qigong, it was, something else.
There's so many things. It's,
There's so many things, it's her own thing.
yeah, yeah, my partner, Daria. So it would be a Qigong, but she's done a lot of, sadhanas and practices and Shu and Shitro, and she can, when she gets something together, she gets a theme and can draw on many things. Like right now, she's also doing Kundalini.
Which is, it's all related.
It's all related, right, but then she teaches something called core motion, which is mostly for dancers. She's a choreographer. So that's her staple, which she usually teaches. And then now,
Leading more and more into Dharma.
yeah, she's a Dharma. She's been kidnapped by the Dharma.
And you helped, I think you helped the kidnap happen.
I did, well, I was doing, Dharma Buddhist teachings 30 30 years ago, but kind of as dabbling a little bit. I like this, I like that. And when, through me, she started reading Machi Kladron. I went with her to Taramandala, right?
Yeah.
When, around the time my father died, so we did some,
What was that?
11 years ago. So we stayed there, and I think that was her real introduction to, these practices.
Yeah,
And she's way beyond me now. She's some serious stuff.
yeah, but what I like about this boat is it can play. You add like that. Some people make it so uptight, but
Yeah.
I just she's refreshing. That's what I found. Just even her approach at the retreat. I said, because she, I would think she'd be overwhelmed almost because it was like pretty straight, like really intense. But she took it on. She just not trying to just kind of live it.
She has to keep it vital for herself, and she's always doing it, so she shifts things around or adds a little thing like that. And then she really listens to who she might be with or teaching to. So that's where she gets it. But a lot of it's just improvised. What she does.
A lot of it's just what?
Improvise.
Yeah, I just love that for some reason. Freedom.
Yeah.
I used to be more of a painter, and I kind of like put a lot of the painting aside because I couldn't do all the Dharma. And now I want to do more, and it's just like, because that's why I like you have to have the flow. And it's been really intense for me, and it was like maybe like my soul's choice to go up in the Dharma, and that's, and the art goes back to, and then you can't really, so now I have to I'm really wanting to paint more, and I feel like.
Nourish your painting too. I think that's something. As it does for me, I'm a writer. So that, when I'm listening, I'm like, I have to keep focused because this fits over there and this thing I'm writing. Take notes for everything.
I wrote a children's book and going through it, and I have a story about Nidhi Landry who made the water fairy very jealous, and I started thinking about lines I could rephrase already because of what you were saying, about the wind,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good wind though. It's not like one of the bad ones.
Yeah.
You get influence from, the teachings, there's each other works.
I'm rewriting, I'm in the process of rewriting the same story of Guru Rinpoche's life, rewriting it to make it more accessible, And I expanded all of the elements, all the fair, each fairy has a chapter and how they're working with magic sounds and how they're transforming, and at the end, they kind of Rinpoche celebrates that they really, we don't need the school anymore, but now I'm going to Tibet, and I'll call on you.
Yeah.
That's how it is,
You write or paint? Or influence?
No.
Something.
No,
You carry around a water bottle.
yeah, that's cool. That's why I'm not good at my mission to stay warm. That's what I do.
That's a good mission.
Yeah, it is.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm feeling better. I was almost.
Thank you. Can I ask what it was?
Well, it seems to be like a virus which is not virus. So I think that I don't know, like from different viruses. There was a lot of pain and nervous, symptoms of related to the health system and exhaustion.
Yeah. Anything working, like treating it, like you're straight Tibetan Actors.
Well, I have a Europass now, which is. And then when I finally explained to them,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
There were times when I was too sensitive. I don't know, I think they're continuing with that miracle. It's a miracle about the natural time.
Natural time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so we have the physical things covered, and then now the teaching.
Yeah, I mean, the teaching is
It's good medicine.
and you know what, I was also, there was things that were very much appreciated. I have to stay home, and I couldn't go out and meet friends and do whatever, which, you know, engage in how, like, the building things.
Yeah.
And especially the first year, people have to they practice, and I'm very much spiritual.
Yeah.
I have to take those from the dead, and everything was online, and the teachings on the retreat, online.
There was that underside to it. I call it the COVID cave. Like you can just stay in there and do. It's unknown in our lives, you know, like 2 years.
And during how. You know, in a place.
Yeah. I try to do it every day somehow. So, the daily news.
Yeah, because we receive so many teaching and also so much inspiration. I think I really want to push it more and more into practice.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't engage in work.
Good for you. I mean, that's, you know what is important.
Yeah. Maybe in 2 years I can start working again, but, you know.
I'm New York.
I was gonna run to the store to pick up whatever we need for tomorrow before the snow starts.
Yeah. No, it didn't come up because you guys can't open the. So what? No,
Oh. Oh, so you get
So what do we need? I offered to go.
I mean, it would be more like, putting sheets on it and just.
Get up upstairs and then okay, okay, yeah. It's a little pretty glittery down there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but then all you see is like.
Yeah.